Alrighty, we have returned. Take a look at that map there. We have barely scratched the surface of Louisville. We have much work ahead of us. We've got pretty much one more bite of food, and then we're out of perishables. Did I really leave my... I left my axe on the floor out there. I'm glad I caught that. There's a possibility that I would have just completely forgot about it. It needs a repair to the handle, but it's otherwise in good condition. Alright, axe is in better condition now. Back into the field kit. There was a jacket I dropped somewhere that I wanted to pick up at some point. Oh, where did they come from? I was, This is suspicious. Hello there, Goose. We've got a lot of fun ahead of us today. Hey, another M16 magazine. Now, these guys were not here yesterday. I'm starting to get very suspicious about closing and reopening the game having something to do with respawns. I could be wrong about that, but if these guys were here yesterday, I would have seen them. That's a little suspicious. Find that to be a little sus. Alrighty, so current goal is to I'm gonna grab a bed from the hospital. There's well, actually I have one right here. My past self took care of that. Yeah, we had a lot of killing over the past couple of streams. It's been a fun time, and just when I thought that they were all dead, well, that's not exactly a surprise. I would expect there to be a little bit more. Some of them have started to desiccate a little bit there. But in my past self, foresaw that I was going to need another bed, so I have this backpack here that I just found on a random soldier. It's got a bed in it. So I'm going to take that with me, and we're going to travel north to the hospital. Now, at the end of last stream, I was experimenting with explosives. Well, experimenting. I've used up all the explosives I brought with me, and basically all the ones that I can build right now. I think I have maybe the sparklers for 2 more. All the way back in Riverside, so we're done with explosives for now. But I I have a little this sort of field sleeping spot in this this security house here, and here we go. This is the camp, the little refugee camp beyond the checkpoint. Now I need to take a left at the first road up here, and that is going to lead me in the direction of the place that I was considering making a field base in the Ohio River next to. I'm going to take a tally of my kill count. We're at 18,126. I do plan on making this a long one today, so I'm going to be very curious to see what it looks like at the end of the day today. Anywhere between 8 and 12 hours I have allocated for this. This is a vehicle parts van that I noticed. Like any vehicle we find, its battery is going to be completely dead. But I'm just going to get it out of the way for now. Pretty looking van. It's a shame that its engine, like every other step van I've found, its engine quality is not that good. Would certainly love to find a higher engine quality step van to become my new primary hauler. Both of the ones that I currently have as haulers are 70-something%. Alright, now we are entering unknown territory. I have no idea what the woods peripheral to Louisville look like, so we are advancing nice and cautiously. Eyes in the back and sides of our head. Feel like if I see one, that's all it's going to take. There's going to be like a group. Especially to the south, because to the south is the direction of the hospital, which has a mega horde inside of it. I pulled it outside with the siren yesterday and I took a chunk out of it, a small chunk. I already see one. There's probably going to be beds in these residences, so this medical bed that I picked up, I'm going to go ahead and leave it here for the moment. I don't need it weighing me down while I ingratiate myself in combat. Now, close quarters, if you're fighting in between trees, close quarters. I'm not taking any major risks with that. Lead these guys across the street, kill them here. Now, just looking at the map, B42map.com, lovely resource. I've been considering building a base near there. There's an office building at the end of this road, and it's got a little jaunt leading directly to the Ohio River. That's what I was thinking about building in the Ohio River to avoid respawns completely. That's the only strategy I know of. Just at the beginning of yesterday's stream, I saw firsthand how bad respawns can get around existing POIs. It's pretty nasty. Now, each of the residences here are going to have, I think they're all going to have their own little piers on the river. Look at that, a house that's not been looted and trashed. Neat. I feel like it's about a 50-50 ratio these days. There it is. I have never been so happier to see a river. It's been several days since we've had unlimited water resources available to us. I am going to do something I should have done a while ago. Hard to convince myself to do that when there's limited water resources everywhere else. Nice and clean. Not expecting anything impressive here, but I'll give it a cursory glance. Perimeter check. Perimeter check failed. Alright, see what the inside looks like. It's just a house. I mean, you've seen one house in this game, you've seen about half of them. But this is Louisville, so I exercise very big caution. I actually would like to have another pillow. About 15 months in, we've noticed that all jars we find in the world are stale. I have yet to see a rotten jar, though, so we can still make use of stale stuff. I mean, we're cooking level 10, we can even make use of rotten stuff, but that's not the point. Rotten stuff doesn't really give you any nutrition. Although it does contribute towards diversity of ingredients. So, let's just say that that was a rotten eggplant. We could stick it into a stew, and it would actually make the stew regain more happiness by eating it. As silly as that sounds. Might improve the flavor. Alright, let me check where we're at in relation to the hospital. Okay, we're not quite at the hospital yet. There's a bend that turns north. Now, at the end of this road, I think there's actually the, I think there is actually the parking lot of the hospital. Oh, yeah, I mean, we're 15 months in. We've been, going really hard on the skills. All of the critical ones we're at level. So the only combat skill I'm close to level 10 is short blunt. Long blade, we don't have the book for volume 5. So long blade, I would really like to have a book for that. That's one of the reasons we're going to LSU. We were going to LSU for both aiming and long blade, but we've actually gotten the aiming book on our way here. We killed the survivor zombie and acquired it. I'm very happy about that. So I can use firearms freely, knowing that I'm getting the maximum amount of experience that I could get for every shot. Not the same for blades, unfortunately. I have a couple of swords with me, but I'm only going to use them for high-intensity fights. I'm not going to use them regularly. Due in no small part to the fact that we lost access to our most recent forge in the area. Beginning of last stream, I went down to Muldraw where I had built a forge, and there were so many respawns that they broke in and destroyed the forge. Still a little bit salty about that. Okay, interesting. Both looted and trashed. This house is under construction, it looks like. I'm not necessarily interested in confronting the hordes at the hospital at the moment. We're not long from getting fatigued. So we're basically just scouting at the moment. Alright, here's the office building I was thinking about. And the parking lot goes all the way, well, not all the way, but pretty close to the edge of the river. That said, there is a remarkable overlap between the hordes of the hospital. We can see it at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen there. And this place. Yeah. That's going to be an interesting... I'm not going to get started with that just yet. We're going to seek out a secure place to sleep and get a night's sleep first. I think maybe as an overnight activity, I'll drive down this road here and take out the residents of that area. But for now, I seek refuge. Interesting. Why is that one dude the only one who clocked us? Somebody's got an eagle eye. Kill him quiet-like. Not that, okay. I can only be so quiet. I have an old muffler on this ambulance specifically to make noise. This is a combat vehicle, not a, not a stealth vehicle. And yet, sometimes, I don't want to attract attention. Oh, look at that. I thought I killed everybody up there. I could do worse than to just build it here. I mean, we've seen the spawns are low enough that the respawns would not be bad at all. Well, I don't want to go that far. It doesn't look like they'd be bad. Let's put it that way. Yeah, I'm not opposed to this. This is probably what we're going to be, well. Because you see, remember, if I use the parking lot of that office building here that I was thinking about, if I use that, then all of those zombies. Oops, I didn't intend on doing that, but you know what? That's fine. Anyway, what I was saying, all those zombies that we just saw in the parking lot there, they're all gonna reappear someday. We got to think. We're always thinking long term here. Any spawns that we see are gonna someday be respawns. So, just coming up here to begin with is a bit of an off choice. But if we had to pick a spot next to the river, I like it. I really do. Now let's see. I've got everything, a little bit of everything with us. Weapons, explosives, well, what's left of the explosives. Shotgun shells. We've only ever opened one carton of them. That said, we also expended the entire carton. That's, the stuff in my backpack is actually stuff I found yesterday. Okay. I do think we've at least found refuge for tonight. So, let's take up this backpack with the medical bed in it. Medical beds, for context, for anybody joining, if you're not familiar with my strategies, medical beds are the most convenient bed to carry around with you. As you can see, they actually, both parts fit inside of a military backpack, because both parts only weigh 15. Every other bed in the game that gives good comfort, quote-unquote good, weighs 20 for each part. So this in total weighs 10 encumbrance less, and both parts can actually be carried around in a single backpack. So let's get rid of this crap in here. I am gonna make the garage my sleeping house, because very few ways in and out, just the window and the doors. Not a Kentucky house until there's a few seats on the porch for Grandpa to take off his shirt and kick back for a little afternoon suntan. Alright, now just board up the window and make it a little easier to traverse the area. Bushes, smaller trees, anything else that could possibly block line of sight. That shit right there. In my mind's eye, I'm already perceiving an extension of this driveway straight into the river, the main structure of the base. So what we're really setting up here is just a, I can think of it as a construction trailer. And that's what the house itself will be. I'm not going to set up inside of a place that could potentially have spawns right outside of it, even though there were no spawns inside of it initially. It would actually be easier to straight up bury these guys, but I've already started this. Might as well finish it. You technically already got a bed with a pillow inside the house. So I probably will actually use that and keep the medical bed boxed up. Now, something I was hoping to see in the I was hoping to see a little bit of food in the kitchen, perishable food, but I did not. So we're actually going to forage a bit. What do we need to do? We just need to take the mask off, because the mask we're wearing to deal with the zombie stench is a bit of a problem. Won't be able to forage very well wearing that. Look at that. Already found some dinner. Now, this is the first time I've been able to consider using this in the field, but we have, I noticed that our lighter is out of fuel. Out of a stroke of luck, we've located a magazine a long time ago that gives us the recipe to make a improvised lighter using electrical parts. And I noticed that there is a radio inside, so we can go inside, dismantle the radio, use the radio parts to, hopefully, make ourselves an improvised lighter. I think we can do that. If we can't, then we'll find the parts we need to. That should do it. We are in a weight loss phase right now. We're at 83 kilo. So we're basically just going to keep losing weight until we get down to like, I don't know, something like 76 kilo or so. We don't want to get as far down below 75. 75 is the threshold for low weight. Yeah, we do have some stuff here, but there's nothing that I can see that would make a perishable better. Packaged peas already rotten in the fridge. Alright, let's dismantle that radio, maybe even the TV. So in order to do an improvised lighter, we need either adhesive tape or duct tape. I'll go ahead and check the house for either. Maybe we'll get lucky. little bit of everything in there, but not what I'm looking for. Alarm clocks are actually not a bad thing. I've noticed you can use them as a recipe for, or you can use them in the recipe for timed bombs, of all things. And the only real two options you can use are like timers for cooking and alarm clocks themselves. Okay, so no, did not get lucky enough to find any sort of tape in here. That's okay. We've got a we can also check here. No adhesive tape. In our van, of course, we always have a little bit of everything. In the glove compartment, I got some duct tape that I used to repair my axe just a little bit earlier. That just means I need to make sure to replenish the duct tape at my next opportunity. We're going to put one of those tables back as a crafting surface. There's our new lighter. Put that in our Alice pack and replace the empty lighter. Electrical parts left over, I'll put them in here. Duct tape is almost useless to me because it cannot, it can no longer repair a weapon. That's usually why I have it. That's alright. Not sure how many of these frying pans I'll actually need. We'll get ourselves a campfire set up. Mostly just a question of where. I'm thinking the lot in front of the house will be fine. 3 stones equals 1 campfire. Always put it center into the gravel here. And what to burn? How about some tree branches? Twigs and improvised lighter. And we just whip up something with those mushrooms we found. 1 type of each mushroom will give you the most happies. Oh, there's also these eggplants I forgot about. Might as well open that up. Not gonna last much longer anyway. As curious as I am to see when eggplants go bad. There's a lot of eggplants in there. I'll just make a couple more then. Because just getting the eggplant into these stir fries is enough to inoculate it against going bad too quickly. It seems like I have a lot of leftovers. Yes, that is the life of a level 10 cook. If you get to this point, you will have unbelievable amounts of leftovers to such an extent that you won't be able to use them all, no matter how hard you try. I'm only gonna cook these two for tonight. The other four I'm just gonna put away for now and then cook them. Maybe I'll cook them tomorrow morning. It'll take a little too long to cook, and I need to sleep right now, so. Alright, there's 2 cooked. And then I'll cook the other 4 probably tomorrow. I do not go to sleep with campfires running anymore. The long story behind that. The short version is if there's still zombies in the area, there's nothing stopping them from walking up to it and catching themselves on fire. And in so doing, walking up to your doors, smacking on your doors while they're on fire, catching your base on fire, leaving you with nowhere to get out. I'm not saying it's likely, but it's possible. It's happened to us. Y'all hear that? Shit! Shit! Fuck! I did not think that was gonna happen. We pushed him. Thank fucking God. Okay. I've learned something very important. I thought windows breaking would wake your character up. They didn't. They don't. A window is not good enough for me anymore. Deep breath. Deep breath. Deep breath. We're good. $360 hours on this character. I'm not looking for quick ways to die here. That would have been a very interesting end. Alright, hands shaking, hands are shaking. Still getting them, I'm still getting headshots. It's like boom, headshot. Let's create a loot drop here. All the stuff that I don't need to be carrying around right now can go in this garbage bag. And the stuff that I don't need at the moment, but can put away, can go in here. Deep breaths, deep breaths. I've faced groups of hundreds and hundreds of zombies, but there's nothing more dangerous than the one that you didn't know was there. Individually, those are more dangerous than massive, massive swarms of zombies that you know are there. But most people playing this game will know that already. I'm just going to hold on to those 45 auto rounds because I'm carrying one around right now. Also going to leave the van running. Yeah, so much for that idea. Alright, we are going to start cutting some trees out of the way here. Got our handy field axe in the kit here. Does need a sharpen though. Should have done this before going to sleep last night. A little too laser focused on food. I don't know if y'all heard that. I heard that. It was not just my stomach groaning. That was a Zed groaning. On the other side, we're playing Ring Around the Rosie here. Get out of there. Fight me like a Zomboid. Alright, leave that there for now. Now we basically always carry around nails with us now. So in the trunk of my van here, I acquire my nails, and we barricade that window up nice and tight. No more of that nonsense. Now that I've confirmed that a zombie breaking stuff won't wake you up, well, looks like I'm boarding up both sides of the window. Okay, that didn't work. For some reason, this has been a problem for a while. The silly, certain angles, when you try to build it from inside the house, it doesn't build inside the house. It appears outside the house. So now I can't see out the window. Whatever. If I hear a zombie smacking that window, there's only one window that they could possibly be hitting. So that is not necessarily a problem. Now, the only other slight problem is that the garage door is now the only way in or out. And I would like to make it a little bit more... We can't really make it zombie-proof, but we can make it, we can do some things. Get rid of those corpses and then build something. Using my entrenching tool here. Bury these corpses. Alright, now what we do is, if you have logs in the area, you've got a very easy thing to stop zombies from them moving. It's not, you know, it's not like a particularly powerful defense or anything. But what it does is you build a chopping block, and what this does is it creates something that the zombies are going to hit before they hit you, or before they get to your door. So if there are zombies coming from around back, let's just say, because that's the most likely direction for them to come, or, you know, they're going to come from this side, they have other things to hit. Anything that the player builds, zombies will hit. Very often this is an annoyance, but in this case we can use it to our advantage. Any zombies coming around from behind the bait, or from behind the garage here, they'll get blocked by this, and they'll start smacking that. And they'll spend God knows how long smacking that instead of smacking the door. So it's hardly foolproof, but it's a little bit more than nothing. And after that incident, I'm happy to take a little bit more than nothing, to such an extent that I'm actually going to put a couple of these on the corner of the house over here as well. Now, in order to do that, I actually do have to reorient the van, because my flashlight does not count, thanks to a silly glitch in the current version. My flashlight does not work properly for building by, or crafting by. There we go. So my van is basically my flashlight now. So anybody who comes around that side of the house, or behind the garage, is now going to be greeted by a stump that they're going to stand there and smack, instead of coming up to attack us directly. Call it a safety blanket. For anybody joining, welcome. We're in we are at the very southeastern end of the Louisville city proper, and we are going to start slowly working our way in soon here. We're establishing a field base. The very beginnings of the field base. What happened to that other one? Why isn't it showing up there? Oh, I don't know. It just decided to disappear for some reason. That's funny. Only that one. All the other ones I can still see. B42 things, I guess. Anyway. When it comes to building bases that I want to be, like, inoculated from respawns as much as humanly possible, I am going to build nowhere on the map. I'm going to build inside the Ohio River over here. So this house right here is basically just our, it's our driveway, for the most part. Alright, we are hungry, we are going to eat. Yeah. Not a good time to be fighting zombies in the middle of fog. Fun fact about Build 42, the new aiming system. Adverse weather effects will negatively impact your ability to hit zombies properly. Notice that rain and darkness, especially those two put together, trying to fight at night in the dark with rain falling, my aiming is about half as effective as it normally would be. I'm going to sit down, take a break, and sharpen the old axe. They're back to the river, so in case anybody approaches, we got a nice... Oh, I can't sharpen it. Okay. So much for that. Alright, so if we want to use the driveway to our fullest advantage, we need to clear... Oh, these two trees can actually... We don't need to clear the trees immediately then. Now, the cheapest way to build on a river is dirt, but I don't have a sack to move dirt with, so that's not an option at the moment. We'll just use regular wood. We're not going to be able to keep that up for very long though, because we only have about, how many nails do we have? Yeah, we've only got about 85 nails, so we're not going to break ground on the main part of the base yet. There's no point in trying to do that because we're not going to get very far. My base style is building inside the river. Okay. Now, something I could do is just go ahead and start the logistical process of transporting some of my major supply caches here into to our designated spot here in Louisville. As you can see, we're at basically just the southwest corner here. Everything is to the north and the west of us, or the east of us. Now, the biggest POI that I've seen so far, of course, is the hospital, and that's on the other side of this forest here. I have drawn out a portion of them and experimented using explosives on some of them. That's not a very sustainable strategy. They, we killed maybe more than a couple dozen at a time at one point, but the horde is probably 1,000 strong. I didn't make very much progress on that in that front. I'm going to make this a little bit easier on myself and put that on my back, the mace in my backpack. If you have the option to use a knife instead of an axe on bushes, I recommend it. Knives are more plentiful than axes, generally speaking. You can use something as small as a paring knife to take out bushes. What I care most about in this area is removing trees that are going to block my line of sight while I'm driving. So these trees on this side of the road, on the south side, because of the isometric view, they're all blocking my view. I can't tell if there's a zombie standing in the middle of the road until I'm like face to face with the damn thing because of this. And of course, every tree that we fell is eventually going to be used for constructing the main base itself. Now I can finally sharpen it. Let's have a bite to eat. Now, after we finish cutting this tree, we're gonna have to cut to cook the next round of stir fries, because this is gonna be the last of our current one. And while we're cooking, we will go ahead and chop those smaller trees nearby. Use this log for fuel. It's so helpful that the game gives me the option to use a military backpack as tinder to light a campfire with. I'm sure that would absolutely be a thing that somebody rational would do. Yeah, military backpacks, the most valuable storage item in the game. Let's just use that to fuel our campfire. It's alright. Just an example of the Indie Stone doing weird things that nobody would ever want to use, but it serves very well as a way to give us something to accidentally click on and screw ourselves with. That's a lovely thing. sound of it being done cooking. Not quite, not even a quarter. Weird. Sounded like it was done cooking, but no. Now this thing, can I even move this? Oh, I can. I just need the E-tool. Sweet. Didn't know you could move mailboxes. That's kind of cool. Easier than using the sledgehammer on it. That was what I was expecting to have to do. Almost done cooking. I'm predicting these will all be in the mid-30s. Because right now they're about 20 in terms of the hunger reduction. So, oh, one of them's 32, so this might come out to be a 40. Whenever they finish cooking, I'll rename them to what they approximate as. Yeah, we've got a 40, and then everything else is a 30. So I'll just rename it to 30 fry. And this one will be 40 fry. Carry that, plus 30 on my person, and then the other 3 I'll leave here. Feels like the fog is lifting a little bit. That's nice. No sharpen, no sharpen. Alright, I'll put the field tools away here, and then I think I'm going to go ahead and I'll survey the status of the horde outside of the hospital and see if it needs to have a chunk taken out of it, or if I can go ahead and, if I can bypass them, then I'll go ahead and start the logistical process of transporting stuff from my base in West Point. Southwest Point. I've got a massive cache of stuff at my field base there. Some of it I'll want to bring up here, specifically building materials, so that I can break ground on that lovely place up there. Fog is just about done lifting. Now, should I arm up? That is a question. Question that I'm considering. Let's... And if I am going to arm up, what am I going to arm up with? Shotgun is a go-to. Very lovely weapon. We don't have a lot of ammo for the other weapons that we have with us. I've got about, what is that, 6 magazines for the M16. Got a ton of M9, but unfortunately sidearms are not very efficient against upright targets right now. The current aiming system. There's still one of those fires going. Okay, that's ridiculous. Because that generator is probably still going too. I could set up a defensive position here. I could set up a defensive position here, and that would enable me to use handguns a hell of a lot more efficiently. And not to mention, beyond that, we still have a untold dozens of shotgun shells here. Yeah, you know what? I've got 85 nails. Let's put together a defensive position out here. Now we know almost for certain where the hordes are coming from. They're all coming from the north here. That's where the hospital is. Now I am going to clear some trees, but actually what I'm mostly going to be doing is just getting them out of the way. When it comes to wood to build a defensive position with, we've already got a bunch of logs up north. Of course, you know, going back up there to pick them up might actually take longer than just cutting some more here. Now you see these charred grass here. This is a bomb that we set off right here. It was right at this exact spot that I got highlighted. We set off an aerosol bomb, and all these dead zombies in here are from that one bomb, and then the resulting fire afterwards. That was an interesting time. Unfortunately, we've used all the bombs that we've made, and the Indie Stone has made absolute damn sure that we cannot make bombs easily. Gotta find some really silly, obscure items to make bombs. I have found well over 200 skill magazines, read every single one of them, and of course I do not have the one that gives you the pipe bomb recipe, because we're not allowed to have fun here. Yeah, that generator is really doing the job. It's really doing the job. I put like 2 liters of gas in it, so it's going to be running for days. And all it's doing is just gathering all the zombies in that area. If I had more bombs, that would be an amazing place to use them. But I don't. So I'm just going to I'm going to let that generator cook for now. It's just going to passively draw any zombie in the area towards it, as opposed to towards me, where I'm trying to do things here. Hello, friendo. You've come to the wrong part of the town. I should use my hatchet on these guys. I prefer to save the axe for actual wood cutting. Alright, so what is that? That's 12 planks right there. That's 6 low fences. Low fences are what I use for field defenses, because low fences are things that stop the zombies in their tracks. Well, they don't stop them, they flip over them. And while they're flipped over, they are they become more vulnerable to sidearm fire. So you use low fences, the zombies flip over them. As long as they've flipped over, you've almost got a guaranteed 2-shot with any handgun, which makes them a lot easier to deal with in that regard. More than anything, these trees are just blocking my line of sight from behind. I can't have that. Alright, no sharpening required. Have a bite to eat. Have a little break. Union break, as it were. Alrighty. Once we get these logs sawed up and we get some fences put together, we can start cautiously drawing the attention of the ones over there that are being gathered by the generator force. And we found there are so many generators down there at the camp in front of the checkpoint that that would actually be a strategy we could reproduce in multiple directions. I won't break any trees farther than this big one over here. That big one can stay, and so can any of the ones after it. I just like to have a nice and clear view behind me while I start fighting the zombies in the direction of the hospital. Look at this. Look at this. Couldn't even tell that this one was here. Now, bushes don't block your line of sight. They just slow you down, and I don't like that. Also, if you accidentally run into them, you can get holes in your clothing. I don't like that a lot more. And if I'm going to base in this area, then I'm definitely going to need some strong kill possessions to deal with both respawns and any migrations that come in from out of the cell. Alright, just these last 4. And I'll call that. That feels really good. So if I start killing them at the edge of this grassy area, I can see them coming from most directions now. Of course, if we start cutting wood on the other side of the road here, we are going to have problems. We're going to have problems with zombies coming through these trees as we're trying to cut the wood. So we're not doing that. I'm just going to saw this wood and just leave it here for now. Alright, let's get ourselves a couple of these here. Fences put together. Got the logs for 6. Alright, now I like to do sort of a chevron thing where we got like two kind of pointing in that direction, so we have like a main kill zone and then a fallback kill zone. I don't think we're going to have too many coming up from behind us, but I'll probably put a few chopping blocks to block them in case they do. Alright, 10 logs on a person, and then we'll come back and get more of those. That's 5 fences. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and I think I'll put like just little wings on the sides here to catch anybody who tries to go all the way around, which I have seen them try to do. Or I've seen them successfully do, rather, not even try. It doesn't need to be a full enclosure, and in fact, I don't want it to be a full enclosure. I want to be able to fall back easily without even having to jump over my own fences, for the most part at least. Let's make the wings, like, 2 deep on each side. And then we make basically well, not the same thing, just kind of the same thing, but smaller, this far back. This is our fallback here. I sit on the ground so that I don't lose health for being over encumbered after sawing a whole bunch of logs at once. during sawing a bunch of logs at once. While you're sitting on the ground, you do not lose health for being over encumbered or sitting in a vehicle. Now the fallback position does not need to be anywhere near as big. 3 in each direction would probably be more than enough. If I have to fall back further than that, then I've made a strategic error and I'm not going to be staying in this area very long. How many? Oh, we got another 12 here. Fun fact, a military backpack can carry exactly 12 planks if you're organized. 12 planks or 4 logs. That's 3 more. Okay. This is not actually a fallback point. This is just a thing. Okay, we're gonna see how that works. Let's just drop it. There you go. We out of water. I think, yeah, we're out of water. Okay. Let us go and get another 2-liter filled with water. We'll just go up to the restaurant up here. Kill the respawns, or not respawns, these guys just wandered. Kill the wanderers, as it were. Who's fast? Anybody fast? Right. Left. Right. Right. Down. A, B, start. That was a whole day we spent. That was a lot of time spent mostly just cutting wood. The back door to this place open. We've already made some food here. That's why there's a campfire over there. Alright, put one of those in the backpack. The funny thing is, I probably should have done, a run down to base and then back, and then done the preparation there as a nighttime activity. But let's open up the front doors of this place. All right, let's also scout out while we have daylight still. Scout out the location of all the dudes down here. Got a nice little group here in front of Spiffos. And then, of course, this is remnants of the main horde up there. And they're just kind of wandering. They don't really seem to have any semblance of organization to what they're doing. Interestingly enough, there are a few that are just kind of chilling there, smacking the fence. trying to get to the generator, I guess. I wonder how long it'll actually take them to bust down a hole in the fence. That might take a while. I would say maybe about 20 total in that area. Not significant, but all we've got to do is kill them and then move up with the ambulance, and we'll get a big group to follow us and get caught by the generator sound. Here's something we could do as an evening activity. Let's gather up some of these generators. I'm sure I could find a decent use for many of them. We'll also move some obstructions out of the way here. There's a lot of corpses, but it's much easier to just move this dumb car out of the way. Hell, we could probably use it as a movement barrier. I've considered using vehicles as movement barrier. That's a classic Zomboid tactic. I've seen it done in many older builds. If I was going to use it as a movement barrier, where would I put it? Curious how the group up there seems to be moving south now. Or maybe they're just kind of screwing around. Now, you see, once we start discharging firearms in that defensive position, anybody in the area is going to start moving directly, well, not directly towards us, but indirectly towards us. I've noticed that this is recent, one of the most recent patches, it does seem as though the zombies will not move directly towards where they hear a sound. They'll kind of just move in that very general direction. Sometimes they'll be off by, like, dozens of degrees. So, like, for example, let's just say that we're standing right here in the bottom right-hand corner that I've got highlighted. That's our defensive position. Let's say I shoot there. The hordes behind us, they might deviate, like, they might start going in this direction and end up behind us. A very deliberate tactic by the devs, in my humble opinion. I think they are trying to make it harder to predict where zombies are going. And if that's not true, if they're not trying to do that intentionally, they've accidentally done it brilliantly. No, I'm pretty sure it's intentional. So what we're doing with these cars, really, is we're making it... This is impassable, so they're going to go around it. And I'm hoping that if I use enough cars, they'll go around it on this side and come out sort of in a... Damn it. I accidentally nudged that. Let's nudge it back a little bit. There we go. Make sure that this is still impassable. Yeah, still impassable. Okay. If we just kind of do the same thing with those other two cars up there, we can nudge the zombies, basically. We're nudging the zombies into going a certain direction. For anybody joining, welcome. We are in the southwestern corner of Louisville, and we're trying to do what we can to create a nice, healthy kill zone for which we can deal with the swarms that have come out of the hospital. That is what is in the video thumbnail. That's the hospital swarm right there. So what we're doing here with these vehicles is we're just sort of kind of trying to funnel the zombies, right? They're going to be coming from the general this way direction. You can actually see a little group up there in the top right corner of the screen. And when they come this direction, I want their pathing to say that they should come this way, on this side, so that when they actually reach us in this defensive position, they'll come spilling over this little fence. And while they've spilled over, I've got a very clean shot at them with my sidearms. Right now, my sidearms have the most ammo, so sidearms would be ideal to deal with them with. I mean, I got 3 more cartons of shotgun. I kind of want to save a lot of shotgun for further into the city. It is one of the only guns right now that at aiming level 7 can just annihilate a zombie standing upright. They do not have to be on the ground somehow to get a clean one shot on the Zed. No other gun in this game currently, in B42, 42.11, no other gun at aiming level 7 at least can one shot a zombie reliably while it's standing up. You just can't. It doesn't matter where you click. I click directly on their heads every time, and every single time, it does not one-shot them, ever. So I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if that's intentional. If it's intentional, if it's unintentional, it doesn't really matter. The long and short of it is, if you want to be able to one-shot zombies with firearms, you're using the shotgun, you're using a defensive position, or you're not one-shotting them. That's the reality of the situation right now. So this feels pretty good. This feels pretty good. This is basically not traversable for this entire little wall here. So zombies that are coming from the north are either going to go all the way around this way or all the way around this way. And, well, maybe, you know what? Maybe I will just fill in these two little gaps here. I think I will. I was initially not going to, but I think I will. I really do want them coming from this direction, but if I can't swing that, then so be it. As you can see, the largest group in the area immediately is over here, where all these charred corpses are, next to this generator. The charred corpses are from explosives. I don't prefer to use fire most of the time. I didn't have a choice, though. Every explosive in the game seems to have a little bit of fire in it. So we should have room in the trunk for a generator. Let's go ahead and pick up one, and we'll put it somewhere strategic. Or we'll just kind of stage it somewhere. We can use it later. This is the refugee camp outside of the checkpoint. There's tons of these little red generators sitting around. None of them have fuel in them, of course, but, you know, free generators. At this point, I have so many generators that I'm using them for their sound attraction value. Frying pan and generator into the... Oh, I don't have enough room in the trunk. In fact, I'm lacking a lot of room. Okay, give me a second to figure that out. How about we take the tent and sleeping bag and put it somewhere. And these frying pans. The shotgun, well, I was going to use that tomorrow, but I might as well put it on my back now. And I guess also the sword tomorrow, because it is going to be a big fight tomorrow. That should give us more than enough room. Now I can put the generator into the back here. Our bedtime is 22:30, so we're just about coming up on it. I think what I'll do is, I don't need to make it all the way back to base tonight. I'm going to go ahead and sleep at my field site here. And as long as the weather is good tomorrow, we are going to take them tomorrow. So the axe gets put away. Hatchet would get put away, but I don't have any room for it in the trunk. Look at that, we can put it in the driver's seat. That works. Usually I would have a box of nails in my driver's seat, but I've used that box of nails up. Alright, so our field base in the area is up here, around this corner, and close to the Ohio River. It's not a proper base yet. Eventually it's going to be inside the actual river. I build inside the river because that is the only reliable way to inoculate yourself against respawns. Home sweet field base. It's a little bit early for bed. I'll put some stuff on the ground here since my vehicle is so full. Just put the tent and sleeping bag and pillow. That's my my camping kit. I haven't actually needed to deploy it yet. I'm perfectly okay with that. It's only an average night's quality sleep, despite the fact that it's good quality stuff. And I don't even really need the generator right now, but I'm going to go ahead and take it out, and I could do worse than to put it here. I could do worse than put it here. There's plenty more generators if I need them for the purposes of attracting zombies. In fact, I'll probably go collect them as an overnight activity. See, I'm a restless sleeper, so that basically just means if you take restless sleeper, just consider yourself as having two bedtimes. That's a good way to think about it in my experience. If you have think about it as having two bedtimes, then all you got to do is go to bed once, screw around a little bit in the middle of the night, and then go to bed a second time and try to wake up alongside the dawn if you can. All right, 22:20, good enough time to go to sleep. Dealt with, there was a zombie who broke in last night earlier on in the stream. I've literally never had that happen before. a zombie break in a window while I was asleep, I always thought if it happened, the character would wake up from the sound of breaking glass, like, you know, any reasonable person on this planet would. It's breaking a window is really loud. I don't know if you've all ever heard it before. I've heard it once in real life. It is loud. Nobody's going to sleep through that. And yet, I didn't sleep. I woke up, like, after the zombie broke in. And I had to push the damn thing off of me. Anyway, overnight activities start. We've got enough food for half the day today. I think this morning before we start the fight, we will go ahead and... wait a minute, do we have... Yes, we have 2 30 fries in here, so we'll just take those with us now. Leave behind the spare frying pans. So we have a lot of those now. And... yeah, everything else we can hold on to. Yeah, I think as an overnight activity, we'll just go ahead and collect some more of those generators. In my experience, you can never have too many generators. You'll always find a use for them somewhere. There is a gas station past the hospital to the north of us, so we can always, if we ever have like 1 or 2 extra, we could take those generators with us and put one at the gas station up there. I might even pick up some of those floodlights too, because plenty of them do spawn down here. For some reason, I thought there would be more. Ah, there's one. Okay. Most of my last couple of streams have been spent working on this area here. Doesn't necessarily mean that everything here is going to be dead, though. I never actually traversed this far down into the camps. It is worth it to check the trunks of your local heavy-duty vehicles. It's locked. Can't uninstall the window. Sometimes you can. I'll just smash this one. Windows and a crucible. I guess if I ever felt like indulging in glass making in my base that I'm going to construct here, I'll come back and pick some of this stuff up. I believe I already cleared this vehicle, actually. Yeah, nothing particularly useful in it. Not immediately, at least. Alright, let's grab that generator. And the light. Oh, too heavy. Now for the lights, they weigh 15 each. So I'll take my spare military backpack and put it in my offhand here. And we'll just put 2 of them in that backpack. I suppose I could also snag another blockage vehicle too while I'm here. There's probably one closer than these. Let's see, we've got this Niala here. Did I pull anything out from further up? I don't think I did. So let's go ahead and use the Nyala. Oh, there's another generator next to the radio radio trailer up there. So we've got another one. We've got our eyes on yet another one. Are you guys ready for the update that's going to require us to Oh yeah, no, this is vanilla. This is okay. So if you're playing build 42, towing from the towing forward, you know, normally towing forward has actually been nerfed into the ground. If you want to tow with any semblance of efficiency, you've got to tow in reverse. Just I don't know why the devs did that. That's not how vehicles work in general, but yeah. So this is why we want generators. I don't know. It's kind of hard to see because it's nighttime and there's a lot of charred corpses up there. But the zombies from the hospital are just kind of generally deviating in that direction. So I think we're going to use this Nyala to try to block from this side. It's going to be a little wacky. Remember, we cannot drive any of these vehicles because they are, all their batteries are dead. I'm going to try towing it from the other direction here. Taking a hard turn while towing backwards is usually one of your best ways to get a vehicle moved. You can also just straight up push it with the front of your van. Not always the best of ideas, though. Alright, let's see how this plays out. Not quite. Not quite, not quite. See, our goal here is to, if anybody is joining us who wasn't here earlier, we've got a little conga line of vehicles that cannot be traversed through. So what we're doing is we're encouraging the zombies to go around it. And most of the zombies are going to be coming from this direction, right? So any of the ones that kind of come down from down this road and run into this roadblock, generally speaking, their best option to reach us is going to be to go around the front of this, which is exactly what I want them to do. I want them to go around and approach from one of the directions that I have these fences posted, because then they will flip over the fence. And a zombie that is flipped over a fence is quite easy to kill with a handgun. Normally I wouldn't do this with a vehicle I care about, but, well, this is my combat vehicle. It's not my hauler. If it was my hauler, I would never do that. But now we've got a very nice, intraversible way that the zombies are going to come around the front of this Chevalier Nyala, pop through these trees. Maybe I'll kill those trees, I don't know. In any case, that is a productive evening. It is our second bedtime is 4 a.m. As a restless sleeper, 22:30 and 4 a.m. is a really good circadian rhythm that I've found. We can make a way through here, can't we? Off-roading is not the easiest thing to do, but if there's no big trees and you see a path... Nope, there's a big tree right there behind the other one. Looks like my windshield did take some damage from the pushing the Nyala into place. I may regret that later. Windshields are a finite thing. I've gone through many of them already. Most of Riverside has been emptied of windshields. What are we, 15 months or so in? Yeah, we're, well, 15 and a half months now. And we're still right around 18,300 kills, so we'll see where we're at tomorrow. There's the floodlights. Now, of course, we could always siphon about 10 liters of gas out of the ambulance, use to power this. I'm going to hold off on that for now. Mostly because I'm just about to go to sleep, so I don't really need the lights at the moment. Put the other little generators over here as a collection until we're ready to use them. I did shut the engine off, right? I have a very bad habit of leaving the engine running when I don't need to. Alright, 4 a.m., second bedtime. Oh, of course, we have fog. Why wouldn't we? I hate fog in this game, I really do. It reduces your effectiveness with firearms from a distance. It doesn't look like we have thick fog, but hey, maybe it's not done rolling in yet. We'll find out. We will find out. It looks like it's getting thicker. It looks like it's getting thicker. Fantastic. Well, I'm not going to let that stop us. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not going to let it stop us. I'm also reconsidering how long I'm going to commit to this. We'll kill the group that's around the generator there. That's a hefty group. And in doing so, we're going to attract a number more of them. I don't think I'm going to blow the siren, though. Blowing the siren is something I would do if we had a very clear day and no other notable obstructions. And against my better judgment, I am going to go ahead and at least button up those two spots right there. Normally, I'd like to have a little gap, but I think I'll be all right. So there's another total of 4 planks. That's 2 railings, or 2 fences. Hello there, N-Kid. How you doing today? We're getting ready to commit an act of genocide upon the dead, as it were. We're going to need to suit up in a bandolier, actually. So I'm going to drop my backpack and put the shells bandolier on. Then put the backpack back on so that it appears in the correct order on my inventory here. And we are going to open ourselves another carton of shotgun ammo. I don't know exactly how much of it we're going to use, but we're going to use it as appropriate. We have, well, we've got a box and then 9 shells. But that is just 1 full bandolier for the most part. Is it loaded? It's loaded. Okay, I'll just leave that in my inventory. In the bottom backpack here, we've got 3 cartons. Each carton is 12 boxes. Each box is 25. I think a carton is, a full carton of shotgun shells, I believe, is 600. I'm going to go ahead and open up all of the boxes now. And what I'm going to do is leave the boxes, or leave the shells themselves. Now that the boxes are removed, I'm going to leave the shells in the trunk of the vehicle here. Or was I wrong? Yeah, only 300. Let's do the math on that. 12 times 25 is 300. Yeah, I was right. Okay. Yeah, thank you. This is, we're 15 months in. Normally, I don't ever go to Louisville. Like, Louisville is not... I've always perceived Louisville as the kind of place you go to with multiplayer, with friends. Somebody to watch your back. So I've never felt comfortable going to Louisville by myself. That's one of the reasons I don't usually die, is because I don't take unnecessary risks. That being said, I have never found certain books, most notably Welding 5. Got a little note here with literature. We're looking for Glassmaking 5, Pottery 5, Welding 5, and Longblade 5. Longblade 5 I care most about. I don't even know if we'll find that at LSU, Louisville State University. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. But in any case, I believe the time has come for some slaughter here. Hopefully everybody is prepared for that. I'm prepared for that. I even have my own custom mix of this game's soundtrack ready for that. So I'm going to turn the in-game music off. I'm going to turn my my little mix here on. This is just basically a mix of like 6 different high-intensity soundtracks. from this game, and it starts off with the menu music. I'm going to use this in a video sometime in the future. Here goes nothing. Alright, backing up to the defensive position. This is where we fight them for real, because this is where they become vulnerable when they flip over. As you can see, we're getting them from a lot of them from the north. Handgun out, heads good flicked. Oh, I didn't reload. Skill issue. It's alright, the pop count is still low, we can do this. Alright, flip on over, folks. And it's too many still upright. I'm using the fallback. It's a little early for that, but we're using the fallback. Come on over. Oh, once again, I'm not counting right. Come on over. Not supposed to have to use this one. Least of all, not this early in the fight. Good fuck, nerds. Oops. Speaking of. I don't understand what that happened there. Oh, I'm out of shotgun, that's what. big iron here, but we got some ammo count for the M9. 6. Get some more ammo for that shotgun. Come on. That's more like it. Should probably reload it maybe after getting all those rounds. Shells. Alright, so did I reload? There's still one alive in this pile here. There we go. You hear it making noise. Only used 8 rounds or 8 magazines of M9. Not too bad. Okay. These guys over here, these are all easy targets as long as they're not in a massive group. You just poke through the fence with a knife. If you have a spear, you can do that too, but right now all I've got is the knife. You can shoot, but I don't like hitting upright targets with point blank like that from fences. Fences make them harder to hit. This group over here never really got the memo. Shot these guys. I get it. These are slow ones. They're really slow. They'll hear our gunshots and then they'll start shambling back here before they even hear us, or before they get to us, rather. Hey, you may notice my stress went to 100. That just a few zombies hitting fences will do that. It's really broken right now. I'm just gonna shoot him. Hello. Face my blade. All right, we've got. That's what I was expecting. A few hits over here, and we've got a bunch coming up from the north. Is the fog going to clear by noon? It might. But right now, look at this. This is terrible for a shotgun. The size of the reticle, that's your chance to miss, basically. You want it to be collapsed. It should be collapsed all the way down on her head right now. But it's not, and that's terrible. I'm just going to melee them. It's not worth the wasting. I don't feel like wasting a shell on that. It's pathetic. Whenever you get fog like this, sometimes it'll clear up by noon. I almost decided not to fight. That's alright. See, some of these guys, like that one right there, the scrub, she's getting back up. The average for a shotgun is a one-shot in effective range. Give these guys a poke. Hello. There's a part of me that just wants to use the sledgehammer and bust a hole in the fence. Alright, I think this generator's run its course. I'm going to shut it off. we're gonna use the ambulance now. This is why we have it. Gonna see how many we can bring down from the north here. As you can see, the hospital crowds are still going strong. We have barely made a dent in them. This is what I used in the thumbnail. Or actually, no, I used the that was the combat zone. I used this crowd in the thumbnail of my previous video. Or previous live stream. This big old group in here, they're all stuck in there just like the ones in the other one. Chain link fences are not your friend in this build. But I was right, the fog is clearing up and it's noon. So we are, I'm feeling good about using the ambulance as crowd control, as it were. So I think what I'm going to do is move up and fight them on foot for a minute, but I want to keep them coming in this direction with the ambulance siren. Now here's a bit of a problem. I want to kill them on the right side of the road instead of the left. And y'all come over here and take a seat. No, that's still terrible. I don't want to use the firearm like that. It's just a waste of shells if it's going to be that high of a chance to miss. It should be half of that at worst. Now I do have a scope on this thing. I don't like it. I'm going to wait a little longer. Maybe the weather is still technically here. We can't see it as well. Still alive. That was 2 shells. Absolute waste. No zombie's worth 2 shells. You can already see it getting a little smaller. I don't have enough time. I can't sharpen the blade if there's a bunch of fasties coming my way. Yep, they're slowly making their way here. Nice and slowly. I still don't like that. That is ridiculous. Is it because it's cloudy outside? I don't know. I don't know what's causing it, but we're doing the handgun thing. we've got problems here. This is unsustainable. I need to move the ambulance. Alright, we're going to fall back a little bit and see if we can't kill the rest of these guys without causing too many problems for ourselves. Now look at that. That is much, much smaller of a crosshair. That's more what we should be seeing. On. There it is. Took the fog long enough to go away. We don't need to keep wasting rounds on these guys. They're slow shamblers. Slow shamblers, you control their movement. Move up, make them lunge at you, pull them away from the group, kill them, rinse and repeat. Very easy to deal with them. Don't let them gang up on you. This is Louisville, just outside the hospital. It's past the checkpoint, actually. If you look in this direction, you can see the camp. That's the refugee camp in front of the military checkpoint. All right. See if we can recover that kill position now. That looks better. Yeah, there's not much I can do about the fence stumpers there. Oh, hello. Still alive. That's what the sword's for. I'm expecting there to be many to the north, to be honest. Yeah, these woods are riddled with them, most likely. We're going to fall back just a little bit. Also, might as well reload shotgun. That's all the rounds we have open at the moment. Maybe we could herd some more in. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna herd a group of them in. Bulk of the hospital horde. Surprisingly. Oh, there's a whole nother section of the hospital here. Okay, yeah. Come on out, gentlemen. My shotgun awaits. We're not gonna keep up with this. I just want to get the attention of some of them, all of them. as I said, we're not no. Don't be a hero. Rule number 3: don't be a hero. I think we found the zombies. Now here's an idea, a very dangerous idea, but I'm going to do it. Sledgehammer in my passenger seat as a field tool for when I need it. I'm going to equip that in both hands, and I'm going to come right on up here, and I'm going to give these guys a way out. Most of them probably won't figure out how to get out that way, but for the ones that do, a chance to kill the legendary last person alive in the county. See, a lot of them get stuck on the fence and they never leave. I'm going to go ahead and do the same over here while I'm waiting for the group to the north to get to me. So the ones that are fixated on the fence, they won't know how to get to us. It's all right. Already working. All right, that feels good. We've got enough coming at us whether we want them to or not. What I want now is for them to come up this way. Get out of my ambulance. That's right, pal. Come on over that wing. Or just don't ruin everything. Balls. Balls. Or not. This guy. Know what's going on with this guy. He's we just knocked him down while he was getting up, I guess. Balls. Out. Come on over, folks. Get into the pits of hell. Okay, we've gone through this soundtrack twice now. Just put the game's music back on. Every once in a while, I'll supplement the game's music with my own, or just where I'm in the same music. Prefer my own cuts. You see, this happens way too often in Build 42. The game's music will just cut, and we just get dead silence, and it's boring. But at least in this case, the battle is more or less at a slow point. See, look at this. These losers over here have a clean way through the fence. Went out of my way to give them one, and no, they've got to stand there and smack the stupid ass fence. I can't do anything about that. I give them a path to me, and they choose not to use it. I do feel very good about this Congo line of cars that I left here. We did not get flanked from this direction a single time, and it was great. That was the purpose, and that purpose succeeded quite lovely. At least one of them coming from the north. Of course, these dumbasses are stressing me to high hell. Absolute waste of ammo. But I'm tired of hearing the chink chink of the fence there. Can't even tell where they're at. They're behind one of the stupid trees. There it is. Stress has been at 100 for a while now. So, of course, we're going to be unhappy and then depressed pretty soon here. Honestly, I'm starting to think stress is actually making it harder to shoot. That's really annoying. I might have to start carrying around cigarettes. Or books or something, just whatever the hell is the most effective way to remove stress. I mean, every time you kill a zombie, you shed 2 stress. Not like that's too hard to do. I can kill plenty of zombies. Put a machete in that guy. Nope, fucking bread knife. We're playing Project Zomboid. Machetes look, bread knives are bigger than machetes. I'm going to start seeing a lot of slow ones because the fast ones would have made it to us by now for the most part. Not to say the slow ones are not dangerous. You let them gang up on you, no matter what their speed is. All right. Yep, there's the sadness. We're starting to get sad because of all the stress. Stress that only exists because of the stupid zombies hitting fences. God bless hearing. Just take death. It's free points. No, you'll miss it when it's gone. Alright, 4 M9 magazines left. I think we did successfully draw quite a few of them out of that, out of this area here. We are moments away from becoming tired, so we won't be able to melee very effectively after that point. And fatigue actually does contribute towards the reduction in aiming capabilities. I just remind you, look at how tight that crosshair is. That's what it's supposed to be at that range. But for some reason this morning, thanks to the fog, and then just for several hours after the fog, we just couldn't even get half or even a quarter of this. Okay, we did a pretty good job dealing with the hospital crowd. Not to say that we still don't have a huge chunk of them that never made it to us. I just realized I'm also hungry. Let's fix that. Damn it, I'm trying to put stuff away, lady. There we go. Yeah, see, a lot of these guys are going in the direction where they last heard my van rumble. The game still doesn't have a very solid out-of-cell rendering for zombie movement. Get out of the road. Come on. Lumble your corpse over to the sidewalk, please. Or just the curb. Gotta have places to drive where my wheels won't get damaged. And there's the fatigue. That is reduced combat effect. Oh, look at that. They're still spilling out of the hospital. I knew we weren't done with that place yet. Not even close. All we got to do is make enough noise right outside of it. Actually, I should probably put a generator up there. That's what I probably should do. Just put a generator right in front of the lobby as a constant source of noise to pull them out from inside. Yeah, I'm not fighting that. We have stage 1 fatigue. We have done our due diligence for the day here. It has been a lovely day. I'm gonna go ahead and recover this generator. I don't think it needs to be in this position anymore. As you can see from the charred corpses, we spent quite a lot of time bombing this area. At the moment, bombs don't seem to actually bother generators. I'm sure the devs are hard at work fixing that. Bombs not bothering generators means just we've got an infinite sound source to pull them in. I guess for the moment I'll go ahead and leave it here. I mean, it's actually in perfect condition compared to the what it could have been. So I'll take it with me, and we'll since it's got fuel in it already, maybe I'll deploy it at the at our field site out there. What were we at? 18,000 and 131 something. Now we're at 483. Good old 500 or so kills. Not bad. I think I've done better in a single day before, but I'll take it. Alright, I'll go ahead and swap that for this one, which does not have fuel yet. Take that bad boy, put it over here. So these two are just in reserve for later use. This one that actually has fuel in it, deployed here. Over here will be fine. Turn it on there. Looks like it's just powering one light. I'm guessing that's going to be this one right here. Porch light. So it's not powering the fridge. I don't think I need the fridge yet, but when I do, I'll put it in the garage here. In order to pick up the fridge, I'll need to shed quite a bit of weight here. Take the backpack off and the bandolier. And drop the water bottle. Basically, we need to be under 10 encumbrance. So that's most of our firearms, too. Alright, now we can pick up a fridge. Move the bed, I think. The mushrooms that I picked up yesterday are already rotted. Oh well. We'll do some foraging before we go to sleep here. That's what'll actually be put in the fridge. Whatever we forage, that'll be our overnight activity. In fact, I don't even need to have the medical bed deployed here anymore because it is one of my mobile beds. Easy to carry around, so it does not need to be kept here. in a place that's already got a bed and pillow. So I'll leave that there for next time I need to move up to a new location. And just take this other bed here and use this. Nice little home away from home with zombie blood all over the walls. I'm just gonna leave that there as a stark reminder of what happens if you don't board up all the windows, because that's exactly what happened. But yeah, I did not board up all the windows, and some loser came crashing in through our gate overnight. And no, the sound of the glass breaking did not wake me up. That baffled me. I was almost 100% certain that anybody who hears the sound of breaking glass would wake up from it, but not in this game, apparently. And unfortunately, our sword is mostly done. Mostly. I can give it one more sharpen, but after that, it is pretty much donezo. All the cooking utensils that I left on the ground here can get tossed into the pseudo kitchen we've got set up. Easy, my hunting knife is already down past half capacity here. Alright. Shotgun shells reloaded there. Total of 6 frying pans. So, as a midnight activity, I'll probably open that canned tuna and make some stuff with that, and also go foraging to add some more stuff to it. So shut the engine off. For anybody joining, welcome. We're currently in a bit of a downtime here between days. Tomorrow morning, as long as the weather's good, we will continue with our slaughter of the Louisville area, the hospital area in Louisville. Let's see here. So as an overnight activity, I'm going to drink this grape soda now because it's right in front of me. So we're going to go ahead and forage a little bit to the, I feel like going south today. It doesn't matter that it's the middle of the night. We got ourselves an angle-headed flashlight. Hey, foraging level 9? That was 7. So we still got book experience until 8. And at that point, we would have to go back to our field site in Southwest Point. Which, I mean, we're going that direction anyway. One thing to take note of, if you are foraging, you lose stamina while doing it now, significantly. So this is a great resource, but if you do it too fast, too quickly, you'll find yourself out of breath, and it'll be really hard to defend yourself if you come across a zombie randomly. Which it behooves us not to forget that we are in the Louisville area. Highest spawn density on the map. Certain areas. There are 4 different types of mushrooms, I think. What we got? Oh, we've got like 17 mushrooms. That's, I think we're good. Huh. Holy shit. Apparently, London, Germany, Belgium, and maybe other countries are currently dealing with a cyber attack at airports. One of my buddies is supposed to be traveling. He is stranded at the moment. Go figure. Just toss all that stuff I just picked up into our fridge here. Even got some basil to season things up a bit. Oh, I'm a doofus. I put that in the freezer instead of the fridge. Now I've got to wait for it to thaw for a second here. Otherwise, if it has like even a slight bit of freezing, you can't add it to a recipe because that's silly. It's downright silly. That's how this game works right now. All right, so I can't use the tuna if it's not a stew, so we'll make this bad boy into a stew here. Tuna and mushroom stew doesn't sound bad at all. Go ahead and fire that up. I'm gonna see if I can't find another bowl somewhere. There's probably not going to be another one, but that would be cool if we could. If we could find another bowl, then that would be we'd be able to split it in half. Definitely not one in here. I've already looked. Hardly going to be one in somebody's bedroom. Yeah, no luck in there. I don't carry around a bowl with me, unfortunately. That's in terms of cookware, I only ever carry around a griddle pan. I guess while that's cooking, I'll just cook these shrooms up. Alright, I put a little bit of everything in each of these. I don't have to think too hard about whatever else I put in. Gonna add random until it's done. Alright, so we got ourselves an 80 stew. Everything else is probably going to be smaller than that. The 80 stew in the freezer. And these stir fries will be... well, they're so small that I'm probably going to need to eat most of them over the course of a single day. While that's cooking, I'm going to go ahead and sort out my ammo. We have in our backpack another 80 shotgun shells. Plus 30 in our bandolier, so that's about a little over 100. M9 is still going to be kind of our workhorse because that's what we have the most ammo of right now. 25 magazines yet to be spent. Shotgun is still our most plentiful. We've got 2 cartons left. That's another 600 shells. I don't think we'll expend all of that this journey. I think most likely what I'll do is when I start running out of shotgun ammo now, I'll probably go back to our cache in West Point. And we've got a billion more of everything down there. But what we do need to do is bring it all up here. The cache in West Point needs to get broken down and dismantled, and everything that's in there needs to be brought up here. And basically everything I just made is basically just one bite. Or one hunger reduction, as it were. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and eat this one now. Put that frying pan away. And it is our second bedtime at 4:10 a.m. We're not too far off from getting sneaking level 2. I don't know if that's going to get us anything objectively good, because we already have a lot of traits that make stealth not good for us. Weather looks okay. Gabe and Willing will have no troubles with that. I'm going to go ahead and move up from this direction and see who is left in the hospital parking lot up here. I have a feeling that this is where ambulances would spawn in a nice game, but there are no ambulances here. Ooh, look at all that. Okay. That's quite a few that I was expecting to not be on this side. What can we do about this? Well, without a defensive position, I won't feel very comfortable with it. Because also, another problem is a lot of them, if we try to fight outside of this fenced area, a lot of them are going to just get stuck smacking the fence. Now, if I discharge any of my firearms now, that will bring the hordes of hell upon us. So I'm just going to kind of sneak a little bit here. In fact, I wonder how much experience I'll get with the sneaky sneak by doing this. Now, if you listen closely to this soundtrack, you'll know exactly why I like to play my own music instead of listening to the game's music. Now, unfortunately, I did leave the ambulance engine running, so I can't get in any protracted fights here. I do want to see if I can gather them up well on foot, though. Know that I can still get a very decent shot on them while they're on the other side of the fence. Oh yeah, look at all that. Oh, look at this, we're surrounded. That's not good. That's alright. 99% of the time, if you're surrounded, there's most likely going to be a way out. Just don't hesitate to run through them. You're always faster than them. Sprinters do not exist in this world. Remember, this game doesn't have sprinters for a reason. A very good reason, in my opinion. It does not have the fundamental mechanics to deal with sprinters. If you want to have sprinters, that's cool. Give the player more movement options. We need to do more than just run in circles. Everybody who tries to play with sprinters, they're usually gonna do the negotiation thing, right? Oh yeah, I decrease the population, but I make everybody a sprinter, and that kind of balances it out, does it? No, this game does not have the fundamental movement mechanics to deal with very fast opponents. It really doesn't. No matter what you do to try to tweak it to make it balanced, you're gonna be disappointed eventually. Where's our dodge buttons? Where's our dukes? Where's our jives? Where's our dives? We cannot effectively move to counter sprinters because this game does not have movement mechanics built for sprinters. Sprinters are sandbox setting to give the edgelord something to be disappointed by. Those zombies are perfectly terrifying in and of themselves. Like this, I can't keep this up. It will eventually overwhelm me. Especially if I don't want the streets to get littered. Like I was saying before, now that we've dealt with most of the fast shamblers, we can melee the slow ones, pulling them apart from the rest of the packs. Now, I don't know if you guys have noticed, the soundtrack we're listening to at each one of its stages plays a grand total of 2 or 3 seconds and then just loops it. Can't stand that. It drives me nuts every time I hear it. fucking... Okay. If this results in me taking a bite, I'm not accepting that. Okay, I didn't take a bite. We're good. I accidentally opened the Steam overlay. That's not a part of the game. I would not have accepted that. But we're good. Fucking stupid. That was really fucking stupid. Part of me wants to disable the Steam overlay in game right now, but no, that's all right. Now, fair play if that zombie had gotten to me, but not if it happened to be because of the fucking Steam overlay opening up randomly and disabling my input. Remember, while it's open, your input doesn't get piped to the game. Fucking... Ugh. Heart is still pounding because of that. Alright. Put that bandana on now that we're surrounded by corpses. The corpse stench does get you sick slowly over time. We're already halfway to stage 1 sickness. For anybody joining, welcome. We're currently outside of the Louisville hospital, just slowly trudging our way through the hordes that are spilling out from inside. I did leave my vehicle running, so I'm going to need to run back to that at some point here. That is outside of my effective range. I should not have wasted those shots. Let's just kill these guys the old-fashioned way. Probably do an ammo check. We're pretty low. We've got about 36 shells left total. Yeah, I'm not going to get in any further of a protracted engagement here, because beyond this, most of what I have is M9. I could make use of the M9 if I use Spiffos, actually. Spiffos has got a lot of windows around it. If they spill through the windows. They become easy targets. Unfortunately, I don't have good line of sight here. Yeah, this is not a sustainable solution, but it'll get us a few easy kills with the handgun. As long as we remember to reload the damn thing. Hey, look at that. Are we ready for the next book? I think we are. Yep, we are ready for the next book. Moratorium on Firearms, till we read it. That, unfortunately, that draws our activities to a close. I mean, like, not entirely, not long term, but yeah, as you can see, that never would have been sustainable. We would just have gotten a few kills with the handgun, and that would be it. But we need to back up now, because we need to read the next book for aiming. We do have aiming level 5. It is at our stash in West Point. So I'm not any closer to recovering my ambulance. I'm just going to have to go all the way around. Not too hard. Our temporary base that we've set up is on the other side of this forest. In fact, we can even see it. Now, fun fact about forests, if you run through a tree, you have a chance of getting scratched by it. But if you use walk to, hotkey Y, it will, your character will automatically path through the trees without running into any of them. There's our ambulance. And of course, nobody was near it when we left it there, so there's no zombies hanging around. Let's see how many I managed to... Okay, I managed to pull some of them around back, nowhere near as many as I could have. The goal of starting from this side was to try to bring some around from behind the joint. Now, before I go back to West Point, I'm going to scout a little further up ahead here. I just want to see if I can survey the status of... I think there's a gas station past the hospital up here on the right side, I think. But I'm just going to kind of move up a little bit and probe that. It would be past the offices here, I think. Which the offices are an unknown quantity. I'm pretty sure there's a fair few of them up there. This is a smaller communications headquarters of some kind. I don't remember exactly what it was. Now we are in unknown territory, but there should be there it is, a looted and trashed gas station. I'm going to steal the freezer. Why am I going to steal the freezer? There are freezers running at my West Point base right now, being powered by generators. So if any freezer I find locally up here is one less that I have to bring with me. I'll still need to bring the generators. All the generators that I'm finding up here are just red ones. Red ones are no good for long-term use. The only one you want to use long-term for powering your fridges and whatnot. Longer than a few days, of course. This is a permanent base we're building. You only want to use yellow generators for those if you have them. Which I have plenty. Looted and trashed, so not much going to be found in there. But we don't need that much from that. We just need this. Come on out of there, take a seat. Now what do we got there? Is this a 40 popsicle freezer? Or is it a 20? It's 40. So I noticed for some reason these popsicle freezers, some of them are 20 and some of them are 40. I don't know the difference. I have not been able to figure that out. But otherwise, for a gas station, this is ridiculously unguarded. I was expecting I don't know. The Riverside gas station was better guarded than this. Maybe I already lured them away, I don't know. In any case, we have plenty of room for a freezer here, so we'll go ahead and put that in the vehicle. And then we're going to trade it. We're going to put the freezer back down at our temporary base. And we're going to come back here. Okay, well. I don't know how many zombies are going to be on the road behind us. There may be a lot. Ah, there's some more zombies down there. I couldn't see them. Still, I'm not going to discharge the firearm here. I don't want to draw too much attention to this place just yet. Lots of fast shambers at once. Alright, so we bring the freezer back to our temporary base. Then we'll come back here with one of those red generators and get the fuel pumps here powered back up so that we have a local gasoline resource. But like I was saying before, I'm not sure how much longer the road back here is going to be traversable, because as you guys saw, there were plenty of zombies on that road. Or near it, rather. I guess I should say near it. Yeah, we're going to get like 2 or 3 more back and forths on this road before the zombies that are to the north and the south here close up and start gumming up the road and making it very hard to traverse. Of course, we can always kill them, but, you know, that's a big fight. A big fight for which I'd rather use firearms, for which I cannot currently get optimal experience because I do not have the book read. So now that we're aiming level 8, I want to read that book, aiming volume 5 for the last 2 levels. It would be quite the achievement for me personally to get aiming level 10 on a character. I've never done that in vanilla Zomboid before. This is a character who started with no aptitude whatsoever for guns, and we just made sure that we, every time we fired a shot, we had read the book first. That was all we did, and it ended up well for us. So we're not about to be hungry yet. I suppose there's no qualms letting this generator run. It doesn't have very much fuel in it, but it'll probably last long enough for the next journey back. Let's go ahead and put 1 more liter in it, I guess. Siphon it out of here. We also are going to need to find a gas can to bring with us. We may get lucky and find one in the gas station, but being looted and trashed, it's open to interpretation, I suppose. Just leave the popsicle freezer on the ground here. Assuming I can. Damn it. I can't. That's kind of stupid. Because it weighs 40, I can't pick it up. Gotta drop a bunch of crap. Remember, your inventory max is, 50. So in order to pick up something that weighs 40, you've got to drop until you're below 10 in your total carry weight. There we go. Now I can pick it up. I'll go ahead and put it down somewhere further north here. My strategy is to have all of these freezers powered by separate generators. So in order to accomplish that, I need to distance them from each other. I'll just put it up here on the ground somewhere. Alright, now I can put my stuff back on. That sword is so close to being done, I'm just going to leave it there. And actually, since we're getting low on shotgun ammo, I'm going to go ahead... I mean, I'm not going to be using guns again for a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and put away the weaponry here. Replace the shotgun on my back with a mace. Actually, now that I think about it, I probably should leave most of my stuff here, as opposed to removing it from the, or as opposed to bringing it back with me. There's no point in bringing this stuff back with me. We should be leaving it here because this is where we need it, here in Louisville. We're not going to need it on the road on the way back. If we run into zombies on the road on the way back, we're just going to kill them with melee. So I'm going to start a garbage bag here. Put all the loose boxes in there. Empty M9 magazines. The melee weapons, I guess. Yeah, those can stay. Hello, Hassan. Doing pretty well. How about yourself? Okay, that will do it. And the ambulance cleaned up. This is O Bravo over here. This, don't even know if I have an O Charlie yet, but, that's what we would name this one. O Bravo needs to be on my person so that I have, I need to have 2 military backpacks in my main one at all times. Just a part of my regular loadout. Alright, so now we're headed down to the gas station. We're going to deploy the generator there so that we have a local gasoline resource. And if we can find a gas can, we'll take it. If we can't, that's fine. This right here is Louisville that you're looking at, Hassan. Louisville is the final destination, as it were. Highest zombie count everywhere you go, relatively speaking. And actually what happened is we just got to aiming level 8. And therefore we need to get ourselves the next book. Get that read up so that every shot we fire is actually being worth it. Yeah, like I said, we've got 1 or 2 more runs down this road before it becomes saturated with zombies. I already see them making their way towards us. Of course, the main highway is probably, well, I can't even finish that sentence with a straight face. The main highway is most likely not safe in the slightest. It'll probably be a similar situation to the road back there, where it's safe for the moment, but 1 or 2 more drives and that will attract all the zombies in front of it. Then it won't be safe. If we put the generator here, let's see if it powers all 4 of the pumps. No, it's only powering 5. Let's try putting it right here. That should be almost guaranteed, right? Oh, you know what? I forgot. Okay, so fun fact: if a gas pump is out of gas, it does not use power from a generator. Actually, helpful thing. So I'll put this sign right here. Remind myself that one is out. And okay, so this one is out too, but it's unmarked. I'll mark it with a garbage bag, I guess. There we go. That means one more is going to be out, because there should be 8 pumps here. There we go. Okay. So if you're not familiar, these pumps, each one of them is 2. So each one of these units, 2 pumps, the yellow pump and the red pump. So it looks like in all of these cases, it's the yellow pump that's out. So for that one and that one and that one, the yellow pumps are out. Okay, cool. Alright, and now we go check inside the gas station. It'll be a shot in the dark to see if there's actually a... We're looking for a gas can if we can find it. That would be very useful for refueling these generators. Firecrackers. The chair might actually be useful. That reduces stress. Alright, that was our best chance right there. I will take that tarp back and leave it at the field base, though, because that would aid us in getting together a rain barrel. Okay, no luck here. Sometimes trunks will have a, look at that, empty gas can. Called it. Lovely, lovely. All these medical supplies I just picked up, I'm going to leave them in our field base. I don't really need all of them on my person right now. Just we'll fill this up. And we'll fill up our generator back at field base. And then we are set to head back to West Point. All right, I should do my due diligence and check the other route back. It's just the highway here. See how bad it looks. I'm not sure if we made it this far in our initial four-way down the highway here. Doesn't look like it now. Is that a roadblock up there? Just a few burned cars. Lots of burned cars. Yeah, that's partial roadblock. There's ways around, but it's ugly. I do have a couple of propane tanks at a halfway point between here and our West Point base. Not that you necessarily have to have propane torches to cut through the burned wrecks. You can always use, you can always tow them. It's rabbit on the yeah, I'm sure we can find a few rabbits here, Hassan. Somewhere. Okay, and there's our kill zone. I see. That connects well enough. past self did our future self a solid and left a nice cut through. Come on now. Away from my fucking van. That's right, right this way. Out of the road. Alright, and we turn north here at the radio van. Oh yeah, we've been busy here. We have been very busy here. We take no prisoners. Alright, refuel our generator here. So that little bit of food that we have here is better preserved already. Now, in this container, I'll put all that first aid stuff I picked up. I don't really need to carry all that around with me now. We're just about to be hungry. I'll go ahead and eat this stir fry here now. I have one left to chow down on the journey back. It's not gonna be that long of a journey, but it would be nice to actually clock it. So it is currently 5:25 IRL, 1700 in game. I do think I'll be able to at least make it to the halfway point. And we're gonna try to make it so that we don't stop to kill anybody, unless it's a very congested area. The checkpoint is still very tight. If we see if we see multiple zombies in front of us, we're gonna clear the way. Oh, there's a lot of obstructions in the road here. Don't think I'll be able to remove all of them. Just want to have a nice drivable path, which is what we do have. So this is the halfway point right here. There's actually a little bit of stuff in there, notably a couple of propane tanks that we've harvested. We will stop by and pick that stuff up when we are on our way back, and if we have room for it. If and only if. Looks like the ones we killed all the way back here at the beginning of the checkpoint have mostly desiccated now. That'll make it easier to see anybody who wanders up. Alright, and that is it for the outer checkpoint. Oh, look at that, look at that, look at that. These are all respawns. Yep. Welcome to Project Zomboid, 15 months in. We are not allowed to have fun here. We've got to be miserable all the time, killing respawns constantly. I'm about to be fatigued. Therefore, I'm going to go ahead and drink a little bit of coffee to stave off the fatigue. That'll give me about 6 points. That's a good 5 to 10 minutes of zombie killing, IRL. As you can see, there's some stuff on the ground from dismantling vehicles here. And we even have a lot more in the trunk of this Ranger truck here. Problem with the Ranger truck is it doesn't have a battery. We're going to take these guys piecemeal. Move up a little bit, aggro a few, and step back. I am going to move up and kill these guys. Not for any particular reason other than the fact we have a campsite up here. Oh man. 10-page essay with 10% brain power. That brings back fond memories of GMU right there. Well, get your money's worth. That's the most I can say. I know I've said it to you before, Bloody, but yeah, get your money's worth. There's a lot of crap. All of it from dismantling vehicles. All right. That looks clear for a little ways out. I mean, that purple truck is actually the end of it, of this burnt wreck section. Now, if we've got respawns down here, that means we're going to have respawns in the rest of this highway. That said, I think most of the rest of this highway is not going to be... It's nowhere near difficult to traverse as this. You know, we cleared a nice section down the middle, but it's still tight. So any zombies in that area... basically, it's just maintaining the roads to kill them. Yeah. For anybody joining, welcome. We were killing a lot of zombies in Louisville just now, and then unexpectedly, I wasn't paying attention to this. We got to level 8 in aiming, so we had to stop shooting guns entirely, because otherwise we would not be getting optimal experience for every bullet fired, and that's unacceptable to me. We are going to get... bullets are finite, very finite. So if I'm going to shoot them, I'm going to get the most amount of experience I can from it. So that mandates that I go read the book, which is in West Point. In my infinite lack of foresight, I decided not to bring it with me. The rest of the highway really doesn't look bad. Well, I had to open my mouth. No covenant. You had to open your mouth. I did see a number. There's a number of them to the north in those woods. I want to say that they're out of auditory range for driving back and forth on the road. That doesn't mean they won't migrate their way over to the road. Doesn't at all mean that. Yes, the abandoned cars, if they're the burned wreck kind, yeah, we can remove those. It costs us, you see that's just a little bit too much to drive past. I could drive past them with the ambulance, but then when I come back with the hauler and I've got a trailer that I'm towing, we kill them now, we get them out of the way. Oh God, Macbeth. South, one. How far? I'm not 100% sure how much propane I have available to me right now, but whatever it is, it's not quite enough to remove all of the burned wrecks that we've seen. Some of them maybe. These wouldn't be too hard to remove, but then I can always just go around these. I'm saving the propane for further up into the crossroads. Past the hospital there in Louisville, there's another roadblock that I found. We'll want to get rid of that. Yeah, that is, it's terrible. I mean, it was a situation of our own making, it really was. But, there's still so many factors that that have gone wrong there. It's definitely something I'm going to make a supercut out of. Or just, yeah, you know, just a general retrospective of all the different decisions that I made that could have been done differently, that led to that situation. Just earlier in this stream, Bloody, we actually did have a silly situation where we survived a zombie grabbing us. And the reason they got that close was because I panicked and accidentally opened the stupid Steam overlay. Shift-Tab opens the Steam overlay, and when this happens, when the Steam overlay happens, it intercepts your keyboard. So you look at this, all the keyboard buttons I'm hitting, none of it are going to the game. So I accidentally opened the Steam overlay. Now, if I had died because of that, I would not have accepted that. I would have rolled the save back. I would not accept. I would disable the Steam overlay permanently after that. But no, it's we didn't actually get bitten though. We just pushed the zombie back. It was an auto pushback. So it was just a stage 3 mistake as opposed to what it could have been. We could have taken a hit from that. Basically, we just got lucky. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. We got lucky. If we hadn't gotten lucky, well, we would have erased several hours of progress. See, anything that goes wrong within the game, that is not a glitch. I'll accept it. If we had died and I just turned around too slowly, yeah, that would have been the end of this character. But not only did I turn around in enough time, I turned around, the stupid Steam overlay popped up, so whatever. Silly. Hello. How much is that? That's just... Oh, this is actually the this is the Tire Nation horde. I've neglected killing these guys way too long. Yeah, there's going to be quite a few of them coming out of the woods to the south every time we drive past this area. Seeing as I need to drive past it several times now. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow morning, or tomorrow morning at some point. Right now I'm fatigued and I can't keep. I could keep drinking coffee. That's not a good idea. I'm just gonna mosey on past these homies. That's probably, the stream is probably lagging because I opened the stupid Steam overlay. I hate these things so much. It takes all ounce of my willpower not to get out of this van, chase them down, and club them to death. Yeah, I do see YouTube giving me an error about the stream. Give me just a second. I'm going to try to give it a kick. I'm going to give it a kick really quick. Now look at this. Look at this. Respawns all over our base. Welcome to Build 42, everybody. Welcome to Build 42. Get comfortable. Yeah, sure, you can go in and turn off the sandbox settings. I know. Why do you need to turn parts of a game off in order for it to be fun? I know there's like 3 of them in the woods here. Thank you, Rohan. Yeah, it's even just opening it for a second probably caused problems earlier. This is a small respawn. It could have been 10 times worse than this. I look forward to there being more showing up. This is what happens when you build a base inside of an existing POI where there's spawn points all over the place. Here are our beloved cows and chicken. I will pet the cow because she is a good cow. No, I cannot pet the cow. My character will go upstairs to try to pet the cow. What about the calf? Oh no, pet the chicken. That's fine. Pet the little chicken. It's like we still got quite a bit of water in there, but I'm going to go ahead and refill them. Thought I heard some gargling, but I think we're good. Alright. Let's get the ambulance parked proper here. Now when it comes time to actually bring the ambulance back with us, I'll probably do it towing the animal trailer, most likely. Wouldn't surprise me. I'm sure I'm sure that's coming next patch. Other influencers have been given access to the next patch. Apparently it's pretty dank. I don't know. I don't couldn't pay me to go watch other people play this game. I play it enough. I play it way too much already. Way too much. Play this game more than is healthy. Alright, so here is all of our massive supply of guns and ammo here. But before I touch any more of that, we need to read Aiming 5 here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to fast forward a little bit until we've finished, until it's our bedtime, which is just one more in-game hour here. 22:30. The rest of this stir fry. Get rid of the frying pan. Look at that. What a shock. Most of the kale is gone. I'm just going to toss the rotten stuff into the trash here. Alright, we hit the sack. Alright, now I'm going to go ahead and read a book for a bit. Now, I actually have to step away briefly. So I'm going to sit down on a little citadel here behind several layers of doors. And we are going to read Aiming 5. And I have to step away for probably like a minute and a half here. So I'll be right back, and then we shall continue with our logistical phase operations here. Alrighty. We have returned. Thank you everybody for waiting. As a quick recap for anybody joining, we are currently, well, we need to read Aiming 5 before we before we fire any more guns. So that is what we're doing though while we're reading. Is we are going to start transferring stuff from our base here in at the south end of West Point to the area that we've designated for our base for hitting Louisville from. So we are here. This is the south end of West Point. Our destination is here, just outside of the hospital. It's this house that we've kind of set up a bit of a base in so far. The highway is mostly clear. Now let's observe what got sitting around here and what needs to come with us. We've got 3 vehicles to make the trip. 3 vehicles each with a trailer. No, I'm not gonna. I've already. I will not be doing any existing POIs. We're gonna build our own base. The place that I mentioned, the house that I marked on the map there, that is actually just a stepping stone to our base. What I'm looking for now is another vehicle, because I've got 4 trailers here. I just went through the effort of repairing that that other one. Oh, I know. There's a step van. There's a step van at our destination. It just needs a new battery, and that is easily done. I just got to charge the battery that I left here. Because remember, now that we're 15 months in, any battery we find is going to be very dead. So this one here has got a little bit remaining. I'm going to toss it on the charger here. And that'll take a little while, I think. Or no, I have to turn it on here. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and sleep while that's charging. All right, 4 a.m., second sleep. Alrighty, so what we have here at this base. Oh, this right here, this is our stepping stone, really. Oh, for building Riverside base. The Riverside base, we just use the gas station. Well, okay, so we started at the, there's a farm up there where all of our animals originated from. We stayed a few days in the farmhouse there, where we found the farm, or where we found the animals. And then after that, we moved things from there to the gas station in Riverside. And our actual base is just to the north of the gas station in Riverside. Let's see how this... Okay, it's like up to 70%. I'm going to let that cook for a bit longer. In fact, I'll probably just leave that there while we take a trip. Now, I do believe I fully repaired this trailer here. Or, no, I did not. I partially repaired it. Yeah, it still needs body work. And the reason it still needs body work is because I need welding materials. Propane specifically. I need propane. I went through a phase where I was just taking everything back to Riverside with me without really being discriminating with it. So I have a billion tanks of propane in Riverside, and I did not bring any with me because it just escaped me. So. What our goal is we've got 4 freezers that need to get moved, along with their contents. So that's 4 trips, I think. So we've also got enough vehicles for 4 trips. So each trip I'm going to take one of these freezers with me, and all of its contents, and the generator that's powering it. So that basically subtracts 40 80 plus the contents, which is 39.39. So we're just going to do some quick math here. That's 40 for the generator, plus 40 for the freezer, plus 39 for one side and 39 for the other. So every time we go back and forth, 158 encumbrance is going to be taken up by the freezers that we're going to be moving. This is basically, these freezers are storing my harvests from the previous year. So what we do is we subtract that from the total that our haulers can carry. For the ambulance, that's basically a full trunk for the ambulance. The haulers have a little bit more room, and that's what we need. Okay, this one still has my ammo from Riverside. Oops. Okay. Shit. That's okay. That's okay. That's we can live with that. In fact, what we're gonna do is go ahead and use this one first. Then, so this one is this one's got 196 in the trunk. This is my non-combat hauler. This is my non-combat hauler. So this one is going to have a free spot in the passenger seat and the glove compartment. Now, how to load it up efficiently? I specifically crafted the space to be drive-throughable, or you can take vehicles in one end and out the other. And not just because these double garage doors, there's no room to traverse with vehicles in there, but because I use the sledgehammer creatively, we can do this. And then just park this bad boy right here. So in the case of this vehicle, one side of the freezer, 39, can actually fit on the driver's seat and glove compartment, because I've split these freezers into two garbage bags each. One garbage bag is full, the other one's half full, and that constitutes a full freezer slot. So yeah, each of these is two garbage bags. One of them will fit in the glove compartment, and the other one will fit in the passenger seat. So that means I can subtract one of those 39s from the total for this one. And 119, that's basically the trailer plus the passenger seat and the glove compartment will be filled up by the freezer. So that means the trunk of the vehicle itself I can fill up however I want with ammo. That means we have about 100 encumbrance here to work with, which is great. Let's get out some garbage bags and start filling those up with, we're going to focus on, what do we want? We've got a lot of 5.56 here. We've got a lot of 9mm still. In fact, we've got so much 9mm that just our spare magazines alone will fill up almost a garbage bag. So we're going to start with that. I'm just going to rename this garbage bag 9mm empty mag. 9mm EMAG, that works. All the rest of these garbage bags in here are ammo. I only recently noticed that firearm quality or condition doesn't degrade in the current patch. I think the devs did an oopsie with that. I don't think they're behaving the way they should right now, but that's okay. So we're going to do 308 next. 308 that's the M14 caliber. So that is, that's good. So this is going to be a garbage bag ammo 308. And we've already got, actually, between the two bags of 308, we can pack them into a carton. Excellent. If you're not familiar with B42's storage systems, there is a mechanism where, say you got a box of ammo. Box of ammo is 50 bullets. You can take 12 boxes of ammo and pack them into a carton. And each time you pack them up, it makes it easier to transport. fit another carton into this bag now. And that has saved us a bit of space. Might even be able to do that with some of the other calibers. For context, the bags that were already in here are bags from Riverside that I hadn't brought down here yet. So there's a couple of 38 special. A couple room for 38 special in the garbage bag here for that one. Let's try that and this. These weigh 5 each. I can actually fit one more. Sweet. Now 38 special, the only thing that fires them in this game is the M30, fuck is it? M36 revolver. The only one that fires, that's the only thing that fires 38 special, so we cannot get, you know, it's a 5-round revolver. It's not exactly anything to write home about. How much more 308 do we have? Oh, we got enough for another garbage bag, easy. I'm out of garbage bags, of course I am. Should have brought more, I suppose. I just saw a rabbit run by outside. Normally that wouldn't bother me, but there's a possibility that that means we've got incoming. Here we go, we'll use this hiking backpack. There's actually a little bit more room in there. It's more 308. Honestly, the M14 is not bad. I kind of liked it. We could we made some pretty decent use of the M14. 223, not really. I mean, honestly, I'll bring it, but I mean, I don't see any reason to prioritize it. Yeah, 223 is okay, but it's not. Yeah, we're not going to get a lot out of that. Everything is an odd quantity here. We're not going to be able to fit much else. I'll just take the attachments. Oops, wrong button. 308. There we go. Mostly 308. And that still leaves us with enough room for, I guess I'll take the 9mm next. I've got to have some more garbage bags somewhere here. Oh, in the, yeah, see, the rabbit was running from something. It served a useful purpose. In my better equipped vehicles, I keep extra garbage bags in the, yeah, look at that. I keep, usually keep between 5 and 10 in the glove compartments. Oh, the battery is done charging. Excellent. So this battery will be used to replace the one in the vehicle that we located out there. Okay, that leaves us with maybe one more garbage bag of ammo in the trunk. Oh, dude, could do worse than a couple of cartons of shotgun. I mean, shotgun really is the best. There's no comparison. It can kill a zombie upright in one shot at distance. That's better than any other gun in this game right now. Even the M16 is not quite as reliable at killing zombies upright at a distance. Okay, we can't fit it in there like that. Let's try removing that, and then, okay. That is a full trunk right there. Now, as for my backpack itself, I think I can just barely fit the contents of this fridge. Yeah, let's do that. Most of it's stale. But that's okay. We've got a place to cook it once we're up there. Now I'm going to take my backpack, one of my military backpacks, put it in my offhand so that I can hand carry it. But I'm not going to fill it just yet. Actually, I'm going to put them in both hands here. There we go. So that's the contents of the fridge. Now the freezer here. So one side of the freezer is going to go in... I can't pick it up. I hate it when that happens. Okay, so one is going to go in the glove compartment and the other is going to go in the passenger seat. Because both of those are open. There we go. Now the rest are going to go in the trailer. And that includes the freezer itself. Oh shit. I forgot that this trailer is also carrying the rope. Okay, we'll see how that plays out. I might still be able to do this. What I'm going to do instead, though, is I'll probably put the let's put the freezer in my offhand. But in order to do that, I need to be able to actually pick it up. I can do that. I can pick it up. It's the whatchamacallit, the generator here that's going to be a bit of trouble. Okay, doesn't quite fit. Now it fits. That's rather infuriating because it's really tight. I mean, hold on, I'm pausing it for just a second. I'm going to run the numbers on this. We've got 128 in the trunk minus 115.7, literally 12.3. And our garbage bag weighs 13. That's infuriating. If this trailer was in perfect condition, it would fit, but it's not. So we're gonna that's all right. What we'll do is we'll take a couple things out of the garbage bag. It's fine. How about some lettuce? Or kale. Kale is better for the numbers. 4 units of kale. That's all we needed to remove. Okay. All right, now we can pick up the actual freezer itself. Put that in my offhand. We're a little tight, but we can manage with that. So the trunk is full. All the containers are full. The trailer is full. This is a efficient transportation here. Now on the way there, we're going to stop by one of my sleeping spots at the midway point where I left some, a couple of propane tanks because we need to transport those as well. Wait a minute, hang on a second. I didn't pick up the other backpacks. I need those. Shit. These fucking Zeds, man. They weren't here last night, but now they're out in force. All because I drove down the road. That will take the edge off. It's also going to attract these guys, so whatever. Okay, I'm going to go back around this way on the other side of the fence there. See how ugly the respawns look up here, I suppose. Oof, I stopped a little too hard there. For anybody joining, welcome. We're currently on a logistical run from our base in West Point to our newly established safe zone in Louisville, at the very edge of the map up there. And of course, on our way there, we already forgot something, so we're stopping by really quick to pick up the backpacks that I left on the ground here. Not all of these, just O Alpha and O Bravo here. This is we got a lot of backpacks from cleaning up the checkpoint. All right, now I'm going to stick on the road as much as I can instead of going off-road. He says as he goes off-road. I see a lot of those guys who were in the road got lured north by us going off-road and honking, but that was just a temporary measure. When we come back, the roads are going to be nice and loaded up with zombies, so we're going to basically just have to get out and fight our way back once we do this drop-off. But we will have a different vehicle with us when we do that, because there is there's an auto parts truck that we found up there. It just needs a new battery, which is what we're bringing. One of the many things we're bringing with us. We've got a new battery in tow. We'll replace the battery in that bad boy and get it up and running. So that was the bridge leading away from West Point. We are now well on the way on the highway to Louisville. I am very curious what the respawns will look like at the checkpoint. There was nothing there yesterday. That doesn't mean anything for right now in the current state of the game. Respawns are just extremely inconsistent. Now, you may have heard a sound just that sounded like we ran into something. That was just the vehicle bottoming out because of how much we're carrying. If you brake too hard, you'll bottom out. Yeah, see all those corpses on the side of the road right there, just all respawns. It's very random and temperamental as to where they will show up. Maybe they're migrations instead of respawns, to be entirely honest. I can't tell the difference. The migrations seem... You would think that migrations would be just a little bit more predictable, but no. They feel like respawns. I don't know if there really is a meaningful difference between the two in terms of the player's perspective. I'm sure from the devs' perspective, with their little heat maps and their little pixels on the screen, they can see that, oh, look at this, all these zombies are moving here, and all these zombies are moving here. I'm just going by what it feels like from the player perspective, and it feels like they're just fucking respawning. that's the long and short of it from my perspective. I mean, it's not as egregious as 7 Days to Die. I'll give the devs that. 7 Days to Die, if you... In the current version, or at least as of 2.0, that was when I last played it in 2.0, before they fixed storms, God forbid. 7 Days to Die 2.0, if you try to build a base in the wasteland, you were stopping what you were doing like every 30 seconds to kill another fucking respawn. The wasteland in 7 Days is worse than anything you'll ever see in this game in terms of just blatant respawns. Like, I was literally just, every time I was building some more of my base in that game in the wasteland, I was just stopping, like almost on a 30-second timer, and just looking around. Oh, look, there's another respawn. Pew! There's another respawn. Pew! With my little silenced weapon. This game has got nothing on that level of tedium. And the funny thing is, the fun pimps, the developers of 7 Days to Die, they're like, no. We want this to be an arcade game. We want it to be fun. We don't want it to be realistic. And then they do that dumb shit with the respawns. That's... Okay, guys, whatever you say. It's not when it's not fun or realistic, you've failed as a developer, in my opinion. All right, now here is wait a minute, it's not this one, it's the next one. These little guardhouses right here. I use the second one as a base. These skeletal remains are from I think 2 streams ago when we first made our ingress up here. And then last stream was all of these guys up here. And here it is. This one right here is the one that I used as basically just a sleep spot to sleep in behind doors. But what I really want are these here propane tanks. I'm going to equip my military backpack in my main hand, put the propane tanks and the torch in there. So I'm going to need those both up ahead and behind to repair the trailer with. Now you see there's a grave right there. We dug a grave and we buried a zombie that I thought was Jackie J, because Jackie J is supposed to spawn in this area. She was wearing the zombie that we killed. She was wearing the correct outfit. She came from the correct location. It was from the WLMB radio station trailer up here to the north. But she had an ID card of somebody else. I could not find anybody. I went back through my own footage to see if I accidentally killed her at one point. I couldn't find her. She has a very unique appearance. If I had killed her, I would have noticed it. Okay, I actually went a little too far. So this is the part of the hospital horde. We're not done with the hospital horde yet. We've killed part of it. There is still plenty of the hospital horde left to go. And the reason I'm focusing on that pretty hard is that the hospital is close enough to my designated base location that I want to be rid of most of it if I can. I'm not going to worry about the upper levels. This right here is the step van that I've been thinking about repairing. It needs the new battery and the propane that we just picked up. So I will come back with that after we drop off the stuff in this van. Alright, and here is our destination. In order to keep these... So my strategy with the perishables is to keep the freezers powered by separate generators. So in order to facilitate that, I'm going to take the freezer that I have on my person right now and deploy it a little ways out from this other freezer. This other one over here is just one that I found locally, so I don't have to carry all of the freezers up with me. I'll put this one right here. And then take the generator that was powering it and put it a little bit further up over here so that it will only catch this one freezer. Now the reason we use multiple generators is because we want to load balance it so that one generator is not having its fuel and condition drained too quickly. And in fact, I'm going to go ahead and top this one off for both. So we need to go get some electrical parts really quick. I think I have some already stashed here, and if I don't, I can get some easy. Oh, I guess I don't in there. What about up here? No. Yeah, let's just get some electrical parts. We'll dismantle this TV here. Crafting surface. And that got us 2 parts. It's better than nothing. Nothing else. There's a light. We may get 1 from this. Nah, just gave us wire. Whatever. Oh, what about the zombies? Got some watches here, surely, don't we? Yeah, just 1 watch. That's fine. Alright, we'll get this generator fixed up, and then we got some can of fuel here. Should be enough to top it off. Yeah, just about 2.5 liters here. This is not going to be the final destination of this. It's just a... it's going to take us a long time before we actually build up the... Oh, that didn't fill it up all the way at all. Let's siphon a little bit of gas out of here, because it's got a full tank in it. Perfect. Alright. Make sure this is only powering the 1 freezer. It is. Now, that generator, where it's positioned, it could draw some zombies in. So I do need to keep an eye on it. I cannot just turn right back around and start the journey back right now. Let's get some of this extra crap out of my inventory, because my inventory is so full right now I cannot pick up garbage bag. Some of the stuff that I'm carrying on my backpack is actually the contents of the other fridge, so I can just dump all that in here, into this fridge. Except for the coffee, I need that on my person. Battery, I'll leave it there for the moment. Now I can pick things up in earnest. We're actually really hungry. We're just going to straight up eat some of this kale. Kale is great. It's a shame that I only have so much of it, but kale, if I had to pick one crop to plant and eat, I'd definitely pick kale. It's got the longest growing season, and it will give you many harvests. Just a single plant of it will give you many harvests. 3 or 4, I think. It's aluminum fragments that always escape my grasp. There we go. All right. The rest of the food now goes back into these freezers. 2A and 2B. I basically just split the contents of the freezers into 2 garbage bags, so I don't have to do as much of a transfer. Remember, a garbage bag is an instant transfer through your inventories. A bunch of small items like food, that takes a while to transfer it between inventories. Alright, so there is one of my 4 freezers transitioned from my West Point base to my staging ground for my Louisville base. The Louisville base is going to be built in the river. I'm going to show you guys a screenshot of my other base here. Where is that? I'm going to put this post on Steam here. Here it is. Okay, this is what my base looks like in Riverside right now. So it's basically, this is the Ohio River right here. The base is literally outside of the map. And it's, to be entirely honest, this base design is not ideal now that I've seen it and experienced it. That base has got respawns on its front yard. So this base, the one I'm building, is going to be even further in the river. But it's going to take a while before I can get to the point where I'm actually building that. So right now I'm just getting all of the perishables that I've stored in West Point up here, and just deploying some generators, getting them refrigerated and everything. But ropes, that's for, so this is my logging vehicle here. Everything in here is gun related. I can go ahead and back this up and park it somewhere nearby. I'll basically just come to this vehicle and grab stuff out of it as I need it when I start discharging firearms again. How about we park it next to where that red generator is? That feels good. Now, something weird I've noticed about trailers in this game, if you leave them hooked to a vehicle, entering and exiting the map cell will cause weird things to happen, so I just always disconnect it, even if I intend to have it stay connected. I'm disconnected anyway. Alright, so where does that leave us? That leaves us with a, that vehicle is going to stay there. I'm going to take this welding torch with me, and one of these propane tanks with me. Actually, no, I'm not going to take either of these propane tanks with me. I'm going to leave both of them here, and on the way back, I'm going to grab another one. The campground outside of the military checkpoint is filled with both generators and propane tanks. So there's several that I can think of that are still going to have tanks in them. So we're just going to grab another one on the way back. And I need some steel sheets as well. I think there's actually one in the closet of this place. So I'm also going to top off the generator here. Even though I don't really need to, I'm just going to top it off anyway. Oh, no, it's 97%. Barely even matters. Or no, let's siphon this. We want top off this gas can here. And I need the battery. So I have now on my person a new battery for a heavy-duty vehicle, a blowtorch, and a steel sheet, right? Yeah, I found a steel sheet here. And that should be all I need. Actually, I should take some water. My water bottle's empty. All right, so now we're going to go recover that that vehicle that we passed on the way here, the step van. We're going to recover it. We're going to give it a trunk repair using the steel sheet and the blowtorch. And then we are going to put 10 liters of fuel in it with this gas can. And then we've got another hauler. And we're going to use that to go back to West Point, pick up a trailer, another trailer, one that I repaired locally down there that also needs a chassis repair. That's why we're bringing the welding torch back with us, along with a propane tank that we're going to source at the campground on the way back. Once we get these logistical trips back and forth finished, then we can kill some more zombies. I do apologize for the folks who may be here just for killing zombies. Sorry, no matter how hard I try, this game has about an 80-20 ratio of 80% preparation, 20% execution. The execution's a lot of fun, but you got a lot of work to do before you can get to that point. And we started strong on this stream. Feel free to scroll back a little bit in the earlier part of the stream if you really want to see the slaughter. We spent quite a bit on that. But yeah, we will, that shall return soon enough. Alright, so we've got gas in there. The trunk is full of random stuff, mostly vehicle related. We'll dump that off at our temporary base here. The trunk is also in need of a repair. That's what I brought the steel sheet for. As you can see, the battery is at 0% remaining. That is why we brought a replacement battery. So I go ahead and uninstall that, and then reinstall the one that is, I think this 89% one here. Yep. So now it has a battery and it has some gas. Now the dead battery, I'm just going to put right back in my backpack, because back at my West Point base, I've got a charger, so I can recharge the busted battery. No keys. We are mechanics level 9. Should be no problem to hotwire this. We're still going to fail several times. There we go. And of course, no matter what we do, the engine quality is only like 70%, I think. So that means it'll fail to start about 30% of the time. Alright, let's move up. I'll refuel this when we get back to West Point. It's safer to do it there. There is a gas station here in Louisville, but the road to that gas station is going to get more and more populated with zombies the more and more we go back and forth, right? Because we have to drive past several POIs that are not clear yet. So even though the gas station itself is clear, the POIs aren't. So the road to the gas station will be crawling with zombies after 1 or 2 more trips. So let's take the stuff that is in the trunk of this vehicle and just dump it off somewhere. I'm going to go ahead and make a crate, put it next to the edge of this house. For that we need 4 planks. Wait a minute, do we have nails? I think I left the nails in my ambulance. Yeah, I left the nails in my ambulance. Okay, just steal something from inside the base here, or inside this house. Yeah, let's just steal this cabinet. Carpentry level 10, I have the privilege to pick up whatever I want. Without breaking it. Try to do that at carpentry level 1 and you'll just hear the sound of disappointment. Oops. And we're just going to unload the stuff that's already in the trunk, which includes some pretty decent vehicle parts, just not something I need right now. In fact, we've got 2 spare engine parts. We might as well stick those in the vehicle here. So we repaired this thing to 208. So technically speaking, this vehicle is currently my highest capacity storage vehicle. Technically speaking. What is the... we've got a little bit of crap in the passenger seat here and the glove. Okay, now it's nice and empty. Put away the handy knife. Okay, so 2 spare engine parts. It's not enough for that big of a repair, but Look at this. The engine is at 90%. We can actually top that off now. Just one engine part should bring that to 100. Or 96, I guess. Now it's 99. That's fine. That's good enough for me. So, yeah, I mean, all the parts in this thing are actually great. The tires are old. The tires could use an inflation. I'll go ahead and, well, I don't have a pump, so never mind. I'll have to remember to inflate them when I get back to West Point. Am I going back there now? I think I am. Yeah. Nothing else I need to do here. We're going back to West Point, and then on the way back to West Point, we're going to pick up a propane tank from one of the campsites. This is a pretty van. Nice white and blue aesthetic. The Facebook aesthetic. From a lore perspective, this is actually where Jackie J, the NPC I mentioned earlier, Jackie J reported the truth of the zombie outbreak to the world after witnessing what was going on here, and therefore I have a lot of respect for her just in terms of lore. She's probably the closest thing that this game has to a hero, just off-screen hero. Because she, just by the fact that she reported on what was actually going on here after the information blackout and the communications blackout that the military put in, she probably saved a lot of lives just by telling people what's going on. Because people elsewhere in the world were like, okay, yeah, there's a zombie apocalypse spilling out of Kentucky. Let's go prepare. Of course, Jackie herself and billions of other people were never able to be saved from the beginning because in this game's lore, if you're not familiar, the zombie virus started with a airborne variant, and the airborne variant gave people, it had like there's a bit of COVID inspiration here. It had a 2-week incubation period, so the people who first got it didn't even get any symptoms for like 2 weeks, and then after getting it, spreading it all over the planet, people started getting flu-like symptoms and then eventually dying, and after they died of those symptoms, they came back as zombies. And at that point, by the time people started popping up as zombies all over the planet, it was beyond anybody's control at that point. Jackie herself, who reported on it, she died of the airborne variant. Well, we heard that in her last broadcast. And the player character here, the player character, as well as anybody else who survives, I'm guessing, is among the 5% of humanity that is immune to the airborne variant. However, 0% of humanity is immune to the bite variant. I'm guessing it's just a case of viral load. Maybe the airborne variant does not have a high enough viral load to actually zombify the people who have resistance to it, like the player character here. But yeah, I'm guessing that a bite just is too much viral load for anybody, because nobody in the canon lore, nobody's immune to a bite. And from what I can see, you're supposed to be able to find Jackie as a zombie, but I did not. I never found confirmation that I found her, because I did find somebody who looks just like her, but it was they were carrying somebody else's name card or ID tag. So whether that was a glitch or whether yeah, maybe she had an undercover identity, who knows? We have enough room on this highway that if there's small groups like that, I can dodge. Oh, I did a bit of a stupid. I didn't bring any food with me. That is a bit of a stupid. We're just going to have to gun it for the West Point base. See, usually all of my primary vehicles I carry around chips. I'll leave chips on the driver's seat along with like a couple of towels and a couple of other things. But currently, this is basically just a vehicle, a temporary vehicle. So I didn't bother really going out of my way to stock it up. That's all right. We'll be okay. Speaking of food. Remember, animals in this game, if you run into them, it doesn't matter how big of an animal it is. It could be a rat, it could be a rabbit, it could be a deer. Right now, in the current version of the game, they cause as much damage to your vehicle as if you ran into a zombie. Every single thing you run into that is a living or just an entity, a moving entity, they all cause the same amount of damage. So yeah, if I were to run into one of those stupid rabbits, minus 5% integrity to my hood, possibly more, minus 5% integrity to my windshield, a bunch of blood all over the front of my vehicle, it just makes me so mad. It makes me so mad because I go so far out of my way to dodge zombies, only for my vehicle's integrity to be ruined by some friggin' rabbits. It's ridiculous. I keep hearing rumors from the Glazers who got access to 42.12 that it's going to be big. It's going to be big. Are they going to fix stuff like that? I don't know. Does any Stone even know about stuff like that? I don't know. I submitted bug reports for this game. I used to submit bug reports. The devs have ignored everything I've put in, so I don't know if it's even worth my time to try to report things like that. See, like this, all the zombies on this road, they closed in on it from outside of the road. That is exactly the problem we would run into if we tried to go to the gas station over at Louisville. It's not the gas station that's the problem, it's the zombies that would be coming into the road from nearby. I think as an overnight activity, I might go out and kill them. I might. We'll see how that plays out. It's already like, yeah, it's already 2000 hours. We need to get some sleep. But this right here, this little blue trailer, this is why we got the propane. Because I already repaired the everything in this vehicle except for its chassis. Most of the stuff inside of it is not what I need right now. I'll take the bricks, I guess, but yeah, wire, twine, planks, hard hat, pliers, I don't need none of that. I do need to go find a steel sheet somewhere here. If I can't find one, I might need to go make one by ripping apart a burnt wreck. Yeah, see, a lot of one of these iron bands I'm probably going to need. So when I get, eventually what I'm going to need to do is build a one of these large wooden buckets. So 2 of these iron bands actually do need to come with me. The small ones, though, not the big ones. Do I have... Yeah, look at that. There's a steel sheet on the floor right here. My past me did the future me a solid here. Let's also take some of these construction materials. So, box of nails, knob, all that nonsense. This welding torch is almost empty, but all these welding torches, actually, we can refill these now that we have a propane tank. Yeah, okay. Bunch of canned food and whatnot. Don't need it yet. Soon. On the freezer here, I still have a whole bunch of stuff, but that stuff that I'd have to wait for it to thaw. So I'm gonna go ahead and probably just eat some of this jerky here. All right, we got a steel sheet, so we can repair the trunk of this trailer here. And it goes from 8% probably straight to 100%. Boom. So the if the trailer is below like 50%, I think it is. Oh, bloody. Okay. I want to show you exactly why it's not a waste of time. I'm going to build this. I'm going to make a separate video for this. But I'm just going to give you a quick lowdown on why it is not a good idea to base in POIs all the time. This is yesterday's stream. We're just going to take a quick look at when I went to Muldraw yesterday. So here's yesterday. I'm at Muldraw. This is Mass Gen Fatco. Amazing place for a base. It's just got everything I would ever need. I came here to do some work for metalworking. So I've got my forge there and everything. I got interrupted by zombies. just smacking my base from random angles. Okay, this doesn't look like much. I feel like I can handle this. Let's skip forward a little bit. No, there's still zombies. No, there's still zombies. I'm shooting them. I'm killing them. Look at that. There's more zombies. I'm gonna give you guys a spoiler warning. It gets worse. It keeps getting 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 worse. Am I done yet? No. No, I'm not done yet. Look at that. One of them got into my base. They were coming at it from the north, and I didn't even notice. It keeps getting worse. 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 And it finally gets to the point where they've broken through multiple places in my base here, and because it's in their way, it's a large object in their way, they broke my forge. You've played Build 42, you know how much effort it takes to build an advanced forge. That was the only reason I went down there, was to go use the advanced forge. I didn't even get a chance to do that. I was so busy killing zombies for like an hour straight. And, man, it was, I got salty. Now, what caused that? Well, there's a multitude of factors. The long and short of it is, we built a base inside of an existing POI that is surrounded by respawns. No, I'm never doing that again. I'm never building a strategically important thing inside of an existing POI. Never again. I'm going to build my own custom bases with blackjack and hookers, and I'm going to build them inside the goddamn Ohio River so that there are no chances of being surrounded by respawns like that. I have never felt so vindicated in my decisions in the past. That was such a stupid thing that happened. That was just at the beginning of last stream, by the way. If you guys want to watch it for yourself, just at the beginning of part 42 of this character series. You can watch the soul slowly drain from my body. It happens like, what was that? It was like an hour or so in, maybe 30 minutes to an hour into last stream. It was misery. It was absolute misery. And all I wanted to do was stop by and borrow the metalworking infrastructure for a minute. But anyway, we need to get this bad boy loaded up. We're gonna do that tomorrow. Tonight we're gonna read for a bit. And we'll probably read all night. I mean, honestly, I was thinking about doing the zombie killing as an overnight activity, but yeah. I mean, it's not like in a reasonable world, it wouldn't be a bad strategy. We're not living in a reasonable world. We're living in a world where zombies just appear out of nowhere, all over the place, outside of your base. And now, of course, in hindsight, I shouldn't have discharged the firearm that much. That was my fault. I was operating under the assumption that there was not going to be that many of them. There were that many of them, and then some. So, skill issue, lesson learned. If you're coming back to a base you haven't been to in a while, don't go discharging the firearm unless you're ready for a massive fight. But yeah, I had sorely underestimated the respawn potential for that area. I could, yeah. I mean, I could do I could do this is what I do and why. When it comes to tutorials, you'll never see me post a video of this is the only correct way to do it. No. I'll post a video of this is what I do and why, because, that's how I feel about my strategies. What I do is going to work well for me for the most part. Well, when it works well for me. But yeah, it doesn't not guarantee to work well for everybody, but I'm sure some folks will find some use out of it. So, like, for example, one of my base building strategies is just always make it so that you can drive a vehicle near your main storage units. Whether that means sometimes I'll just make it so that my base has multiple entrances. But in this case, I use the sledgehammer to bust out a few doors and a few obstacles, and now I can just drive around like this and park in front of the door, and I've got very, very easy access to all of my main storage there. In other base designs, the custom ones, I'll just have all the storage units directly next to a door, so that I can park right outside of that door. Oops, yeah, I'm a little too close to that. So what are we working with here? That's 130 in the trailer and 208 in the trunk. Every training material. There you go. That's not all too different from what I did, but of course, that's a lot of training material, or a lot of materials. Yeah, I could do that. That would definitely serve you well. Okay. So we've got about 2 hours to kill here. This will be the next freezer we bring up. Can we bring two? We probably could. No, we'll just do one at a time. There's no need to do more than one at a time, because we need to do a total of 4 trips. We've already done one. So here's the next one. Oh, something I should have done that I already forgot. I need to be charging the battery here. Oh, this is now out of range. Oops. Let's move this over a little bit, and then it'll be in range. So I've got an empty car battery in my backpack here from the originally in that van. Just plug that in and charge it here. Oh, I can't. Of course, the light is out of range, so of course so is this thing. There we go. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's honestly, that's the biggest use for electrical. I mean, so the bombs are really fun. We had a lot of fun with bombs last stream. It's a situational, very situational, but you can make some pretty good use out of that. So this is my one of my other haulers. This one has got my good field kit in it. I think I'll leave that in there for now. It's fine. So I got that battery charging. I'll just leave that as is. So if I'm going to take the contents of this freezer... Oops, wrong. I was reading some Warhammer earlier. It's still open there. This is what I meant to open. Here we go. So we need 158 encumbrance set aside for the... So, carpentry 10, but okay, so all three of those skills, Bloody, none of them have anything that's locked behind level 10. I couldn't even tell you exactly what level 10 would be used for any of those. It's all just, like, for example, right here, add long-range motion sensor to bomb, requires electrical level 6. That's the highest level for electrical right now. Levels higher than 6 for electrical, I don't know of anything, and there's nothing in the craft menu that I know of, and there's nothing that I know of that the devs are working on. So, anyway, it's just a question of what else we're loading into this vehicle here. Was I correct in assuming that if we put one in the... Yeah, we can do the trailer just like we did last time. So the trunk of this vehicle, the actual trunk, is once again just for ammo. We are going to load up the 9mm next. Got a whole bunch of cartons of 9mm here. So we're going to call these garbage bag ammo 9mm. Copy that. This one the same. And one of these did not get filled up all the way. That was because I did not have enough room in my inventory for it, most like. Now, actually, all these M9 pistols were supposed to go in that crate, but that crate was full. So just put them back in there. I'm not going to bring that many guns yet. Next patch, I'll probably need to. Currently, in the current patch, guns don't seem to degrade condition at all. That's probably an oversight on part of the devs. Oh yeah, I mean that's what we do here. We max our skills even if we don't need to. We've got a metric lot of shotgun cartons here. I think we can fit 2 in each of our garbage bags here. So we're going to name this garbage bag ammo shotgun. I'll just call it 12 gauge. 12 gauge. Give both of these garbage bags that name. And actually, we have... Take one and then one more. Each carton of shotgun shells is 300 shells. And we have currently used, I think we've used up 3 cartons so far, fighting our way into Louisville. I think we started with a total of 9. So we have, I mean, we're using we're about a third of the way through our shotgun supply. Pretty wild, if you don't mind me saying. That is a lot of shotgun. It is the best, though, in my opinion, right now. Shotgun is the best gun, just overall. Hands down, no competition. .38 special. So these 38 special box cartons, I'm going to actually put these directly into the trailer. I do think we'll have room for it. So if I look at my calculations here, the freezer is going in the contents of the freezer go into the trailer. So the trailer can fit 130. Yeah, that's that will leave us just with the correct amount of room here. Like 1 encumbrance left over after that. M16, I tried it the other day. I tried it. It's great, but it's not as reliable as the shotgun. I mean, of course, the M16 has the higher whatchamacallit, the higher magazine count. So if you just need to, like, if there's a bunch of zombies coming at you, and the most important thing is to just lay them all flat. Yes, the M16 will do that better than any gun in the game, easily. But if you're trying to actually kill them all, you can't one-tap them. Not with the M16. Even if you're, I'm willing to say that if you're not aiming level 10, because I'm 8 right now, aiming level 8, and I don't think I can one-tap them even with the M16. But anyway, I just drank some wine actually because I'm about to go to sleep. I would normally never drink booze in this game, but if you're just about to go to sleep, there's no hangovers in this game, so drink before you go to sleep and you're fine. Oh, look. Rain. Fantastic. Battery is 80% of the way done. Alright, so what we need to do is finish loading up the trunk, which we're already halfway there, so let's do 44 Magnum next. Alright, we have a lot of 223 here. The problem with 223 is the only thing that shoots it is a rifle. A rifle that you can only fit 4 bullets in at a time. 3 in the receiver and then 1 in the chamber. I don't like it. I really don't. I mean, it's not like it's a bad rifle. It shoots zombies and it knocks them on their ass, but for large groups, it's just unsustainable. So that's going to be like my lowest priority. I need some more garbage bags. I'm going to harvest them from my vehicles. Here we go. My hauler should have a few more. Yeah, I'll just take these. I don't expect to be using the hauler in combat much anymore. If I need to do combat, it'll be the ambulance for sure. Alright, so both of these garbage bags are going to be 556. Alright, for anybody joining, welcome. As a quick recap, we are moving all of our supplies of stuff from our cache in West Point to our safe zone in Louisville. And I cannot fit another... I can't fit another garbage bag full in there, so we're just going to take... yeah, we'll just take these loose boxes of 223 with us and put those just straight into the trunk here. Ooh, sacks. Yes, this needs to come with me. I'll probably hand carry that. I think I can fit this? Not quite. Put the coffee machine in my actual backpack. Now it'll fit, right? No, not quite. Okay. That's neat. Alright, the trunk is completely full. We've got all that's left to fill up is the passenger seat, the glove compartment, and the trailer. And what we have already allocated for that is the contents of one of the freezers. That will be this one here. So the large garbage bag here, small garbage bag there. We're going to put the large one in the passenger seat and the small one into the glove. And then the rest goes into the actual trunk, or the actual trailer. All of these garbage bags that I'm handling now are filled with perishable stuff. And that must be kept frozen as much as possible. And then, of course, the freezer itself. Now, this is one that weighs 20. Again, I have no idea why some of them weigh 20 and some of them weigh 40. I have not figured that out in the slightest. But because this one only weighs 20, we've got another room for 20 in the trunk now. Look at that. We can take this duffel bag here. Almost, actually. This is 19.9. I need to remove one encumbrance from it. So I'll put these long johns in somewhere else. And put this thing in the trunk, or the trailer here. That should be a very tight fit, but we should be able to fit the... We should now be able to fit the generator on top of that. I should grab a couple things to eat here. Let's just take a couple of units of kale, maybe. Yeah, that works. Just needed to fill up the gasoline in this bad boy by taking it to my local gas station. All of the containers of the vehicle are completely full. Battery is done charging. And the generator out here in the middle of the lot is the one that was powering that freezer. And that fits back here now. And look at that, almost a perfect fit. Alright, we refuel the bad boy, and then we are on our way back to Louisville with a full load of stuff from this area. Only 2 more trips like that, and then we are back to work, killing zombies and whatnot. Now look at that, we got a vagrant. Off my lot. Bloodying up the place. And there'd be a full tank. Possibly. Looting the hospital, possibly. Now, again, the hospital, right now, the ones we're killing in the hospital area are only from the ground floor. If we try to loot the hospital, we're going to have to deal with the upper floors. And that might be more than I'm interested in dealing with. Because, I mean, you know, what do I really need in terms of medical supplies right now? I almost never get injured, and when I do, I've got literal crates full of stuff. I don't really think I necessarily need to loot the hospital. I mean, I'll take a look in the inside, but if I, you know, get close to the stairs and there's a billion of them, then yeah, we're not doing that. Keep this car battery in my offhand here, so that we're not too heavily over-encumbered. Make it easier to kill these things without getting too tired. Waiting for this kale to finish unfreezing before I eat it. I'll just let these guys split themselves apart. Fast ones will get to us first. Get out of the road. Kale's like moments away from being unfrozen. But no, there's like a teeny bit of ice crystals on it. If I eat that, I get really sad. Come on. Fine, I'll kill a couple more zombies. I like to get rid of the hunger debuff before I get into a big fight. There we go, now I can eat the kale. Straight up eating some leaves. That's what we do here. Alright, now we're combat effective to the fullest. Go losers, get out of my road. Alright, how many more in this area? We'll move up a little bit. Remember, always check your blind spot. The driver's seat of this vehicle. How would I know if there's a zombie here? Look at this. Where'd I go? I can't see me. I couldn't see a zombie if it was right next to the driver's seat. They'll sometimes do that because they're programmed, if you're in the vehicle, they'll wander up to the driver's seat and then stand there if they lose track of you. Always be careful on your approach if you park it in that angle. I call it the blind spot. Get up out of my road. I think that was the largest group of the American Tire horde here.
Hey.
Alright, noggins have been bonked. Let's see how far we get now without having to get back out again. We do have perishables that I'm trying to keep frozen for as long as I humanly can. I think this is a glitch, but currently in the current build of the game, things just don't go bad while they're frozen. As long as you keep them frozen and they don't unfreeze, they're good for, I think, indefinitely. I don't think their freshness decays at all. Probably a glitch, though. Just like with the condition on firearms. It doesn't currently degrade at all. I expect that to be fixed post-haste. Remember, we're not allowed to have fun here. The devs are very sensitive to us having fun. They take it personally. Nerf it with the power of 1,000 suns when they realize what we're doing. I don't like running into zombies, ever. So if I see one, I will swerve to get out of the way. Sometimes that leads to worse things happening. But one-offs don't bother me anywhere near as much as crowds. What is that right here? Oh, it's just somebody's backpack, right? Alright, this crowd is going to have to be dealt with soon. I've already gotten out of the van to deal with the crowd, but probably on my way back I'll get out and kill them. For anybody joining, welcome. We're currently transitioning our loot stockpile from West Point to Louisville here. The highway is not too bad, relatively speaking. It's nowhere near as bad as it was when we first traveled it, but there's plenty of migrants and respawns to fill in the gaps here. Alright, now entering the military checkpoint area. We've cleared a path, tentatively, of both zombies and car corpses. Now, I just realized, in order to get back from where we're at, we need to get another vehicle. That is going to be interesting. I didn't bring the battery charger. I probably should have. We do have a battery. It's a heavy-duty vehicle battery. A lot of the vehicles in the area are not heavy-duty, though. Oh, we'll find one. We'll find one and we'll get it up and running. It's actually a little harder to see these corpses on the ground now that they've started desiccating. This is a potential candidate right here. This vehicle here. That I'll have to keep that in mind. So that's about halfway through the refugee camp there. There's got to be something a little closer than that. Keep my eyes peeled. Alright, here's the turn towards our base. That's the hospital area just over there to the right. Oh, I know of another heavy-duty vehicle. There's multiple. Yeah, we've got plenty of throwaway vehicles to get us back to Riverside with. And here is the staging ground for our base in this area. Now, where to put this one? I'll go ahead and get the generator out, get it put down on the other side there. We'll just have it power this other popsicle freezer that's already here. So that I don't have to think about it too much. Then we'll prep another spot. It needs some fuel. We'll top it off before we power it up. Should have some left in this can over here. What can over here? Oops. I've got one in my backpack. Let's just siphon it out of the trailer here, or the hauler. Alright, this should only be powering... Oops, don't connect it, please. There we go. Only powering the one freezer, as intended. Alright, so I've got these garbage bags situated so that one goes in each side. Oops, I've already gone too far. It's just right up here. One goes in each side of each section of the freezer here. And then in the driver's seat, or the passenger seat rather, and the glove compartment is the other one. So there is a second full freezer out of 4. You're halfway done with the freezer transit. Now the popsicle freezer that's in here, this is the one that has only weighs 20 encumbrance. I guess I'll put that... I can put it inside the house, it's fine. That'll keep it protected from the Zeds. Remember, anything that the player puts down, zombies will smack it if they run into it. So you want to put it somewhere where they're not going to run into it. Over there at the, at the edge of the river, they're the least likely to run into it, relatively speaking. But this is too close. This is too close right here. It's being powered by that other generator over there. And now it weighs 40. I don't get it. I genuinely don't get it. I put it down, I pick it back up, and it weighs 40 again. And it is still being powered by the other generator, so we are too close here. Let's try in the kitchen. It's still being powered. Is it being powered by a generator over there now? Damn it. See, it would be amazing. Okay, now it's not being powered. You can tell that it's not being powered. It didn't make a sound when we put it down, and it's not glowing now. Right now, the only way to make sure certain generators are powering certain freezers, or just, any other appliance, is distance. This generator right here is powering the local fridge. and the ones out here are powered by this one and this one. We keep them all in separate generators because that reduces the fuel consumption for each generator, so it gives us more time that we can spend away from base without having to come back here and babysit the fuel stash. So it also just gives us, it gives us a use for all the generators we have because we have tons of them. All right, everything that's in the trailer and the trunk, for the most part, it can stay in there. We don't need to empty it just yet. It's all guns and ammo. A little bit of other stuff, but mostly just guns and ammo. Damn it, I wanted it to go the other way. Please go the other way. I'm not very good at backing up with trailers. There we go. That works. Alright, all the stuff that I'm carrying around right now. In addition to that stuff. Just drop it off here for now. Construction equipment can get left in the trailer here. I can't remember if I'm going to need this a full propane torch with me, so I'm going to go ahead and refill that and leave that where it is. Toss that in the trunk here. Yeah, forging 5 can go in there as well. Okay. What did I do with that gas can? The gas can and the battery up here. These two things, by their powers combined, we can repair any heavy-duty vehicle that we find, because all of them are going to have, well, almost all of them are going to have their gas empty and their battery dead. So we've got a replacement battery for them here. We're probably going to need a little bit more food than just one piece of kale here. I'm going to go ahead and make a little bit of food here. Just a couple of stir-fry. Actually, no. I'm going to take out of the freezer this 80 stew. When that's done thawing, we'll be hungry again. And I've been meaning to put this coffee machine down, because coffee is great. Like, really great. Like, it basically, one cup of coffee is one night's sleep as a restless sleeper. Alright, so we are out in search of another heavy-duty vehicle to bring back with us. I know of several in the area. I think that blue van that we passed on the way here, I think that is the most readily accessible one. Now, I can hear a voice of reason in somebody's head asking why we don't just unload one of those trailers and take it back with us. Well, the thing is, we don't have anywhere to unload the stuff to. Both of those trailers that we left behind are full of nothing but guns and ammo, or just all ammo at this point. It's all ammo. and we need to keep that ammo there until we have a destination for it. Right now, the most convenient place is just keep it in there until we have a place to drop it off. We have not even started building the base yet. We've just started moving stuff to prepare to build the base. So I do recall there being at least 2 heavy-duty vehicles in the woods down to the south, and we're only going to need 1 more after this. Yeah, here we go. We've got this this step van here, and then there's another van that's like a glass-making van, I think. The glass-making van actually had some stuff in it that I might want. I mean, you know, I don't really care about the windows, but the small crucible and the glass blowing pipe, yeah, sure, I'll take that. Why not? That's actually stuff I would actually use in the base that I'm building here, if I need it. So let's just take a peek at the quality of the engine. I don't recall ever looking at that. Engine quality 76%. So 76, what does that mean? That means it'll fail to start 24% of the time. Nothing impressive in the tires, or brakes, or suspension. So really, it's almost it's nothing at all to write home about. Let's compare it to this. Terrible, terrible across the board. I would never want to fuck with that. Now, alternatively, we do have yet another vehicle that we could go for. It's a little ways away, though. So, this radio, it's right in front of me. Wait, what the hell? Huh. I can't pick it up, and it's not a structure. Or I can't pick it up as an item or a structure. I can disassemble it, though. That's what I want to do, so let's do that. All right, yeah, we're gonna take. So we're gonna take this glass studio van. Here we go. I have an idea. We're gonna take the dead battery out, put the good battery in that we're carrying with us. It both have 75%. And then we're gonna put the gas in the tank. And now, of course, in order to get into that vehicle, I had to break the window. So I'm going to steal one of the windows from this thing. Never want to drive around in a vehicle that doesn't have a driver's side window. A zombie literally could just reach in and bite you through the open window. So don't do that. Don't do that. That's not good. Yeah, nothing I really care about in here. I'll take the crucible. I mean, I looked at that before. I'll take the welding rods. Twine. Nothing else here I care about. Yeah, fuck. Now, am I gonna take this straight back with me? Not necessarily. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tow another vehicle back with me. I know of another vehicle that I would like to use. Let's take those matches, put the pliers in the trunk. Also take those matches. Get rid of the rest of this crap that I don't need. Hotwire the bad boy. This is going to be tricky to navigate. You can't go through tents. You've got to thread this needle here, and then thread this needle here, and then I think, yeah, we've got a path to get out of here. Alright, got ourselves a van, kind of weak, but thoroughly mid. There is another vehicle that I know of that just needs a battery. I think it is stronger than this van, so we're going to go get that vehicle, transfer the good battery and the fuel into it, and tow this van back to our base so that we don't have to get out and seek a vehicle next time. Those zombies are going to be a problem if I don't get rid of them now, so they're shambling their way out of the containment area here. Don't want them littering my road. It's already very tight here, as you can see. Plenty of corpses lining the road. I went out of my way. I went far out of my way to make a nice corpse-free way through, except for those. Here it is, this park ranger van here. It's actually currently full of stuff that I gathered from vehicles, from dismantling vehicles. In fact, the trunk of this vehicle, I could fill that up too. Take that, Alright, so we take the battery back out, siphon the gasoline back out. Alright, I have used this vehicle before. Okay, I need to get rid of the empty one so it's not in my... I can't tell the difference between them. They both have 75%. There we go. Alright, the good battery is now in there. Let's put the gas in there. And because this one is a little stronger than the other one, we'll use this one to tow the other one back with us. I actually have the key to this one on me, because I've been carrying it around ever since I first started using it a long time ago. Now this is just a throwaway vehicle, so I don't have to worry about what's in it necessarily. The trunk is pretty much completely full. Okay. Quite separately, though, I'm going to go ahead and dump the trunk into this other vehicle, because all this stuff that I picked up, I'm gonna take it with me back to the new base site and just dump it on the ground out there, because these vehicles I'm gonna leave them in West Point when I'm done using them. These are all just temporary vehicles for the most part. You know, like these iron pipes, for example, those are all fences that I could be building. Yeah, I think that... Oh, no, there's another pile here. I don't have too much room left, in fact. Yeah, I don't really care about topping off the room completely. I'll go ahead and close this trunk up. And then fill the trunk of this vehicle up. And then we're going to take the van back to our temporary base. Or sorry. Back to our, the location of our permanent base. This is just all stuff that we got from scrapping vehicles. It's been sitting on the ground for quite a while because we did not have room to bring it back anywhere with us. Alright, so now we are going to tow this whip back. I mean, okay, so cheating. I'm going to dodge the question a little bit and not address whether I consider it cheating. I'm going to address whether it's... what I care about here is demonstrating what the game is like in its default state. So if you... Every little thing you change, whether it's sandbox settings or a mod, you get further and further away from the game in its default state. Now, what does that mean? It gets hard... The farther you get from the game in its default state, the harder it is to provide meaningful feedback to the devs. Because, I mean, if you're playing the game a lot, but you turn off all these features, the devs aren't going to necessarily know whether your experience is too much this or too much that, whether you have a balanced experience or not, because you've changed so many things, right? And so Respawn is just another one of those things. Like, what I would much prefer, and this is just my personal preference, instead of turning off respawns, play with them for a little bit and then figure out what you don't like about them and tell the devs first. And then, you know, then turn them off. That's what I would recommend. I don't necessarily consider it cheating. I mean, you're playing the game that you want to play. But I would just recommend that before you do that, try it with them on, and when it sucks, let the devs know that it sucks, and then turn it off. That's my recommendation. Because otherwise, you know, they're just going to keep leaving it the way it is, unless enough people tell them, hey, this is stupid, this sucks, I'm turning it off. Yeah, that's my feeling about it. The devs don't know how many people are turning it on or off. They don't get analytics, as far as I know. Maybe they do. I don't know. But if they don't, then they need to. So one of the things I'm going to do is I actually took the battery out of the Ranger truck entirely. So I'm down one battery. I'm going to go ahead and take this one out of this vehicle. So there's one more heavy-duty vehicle battery that I can recharge myself once I get back to West Point. Which I'll probably do. I'll depart to return to West Point tomorrow, because by the time I get this back to my my base here in Louisville, it'll be bedtime. Maybe as an overnight activity, I could traverse back to yeah, as an overnight activity, I could traverse back to West Point. Right, yeah, I mean, if you play B41, the amount of feedback is not necessarily going to be useful, so, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't consider it cheating, personally. It's just, when you're playing the game to enjoy it, then you're just playing it how you would. But B42, the unstable beta is our opportunity to actually tell the devs, hey, this sucks, or hey, this is great. One of the other, you know, there's another content creator who plays rather extensively. He recently did a survey. I didn't actually take it myself, but I would recommend it to anyone. Give me a moment. I'll see if I can put a link to that in the chat. Let's take a look at my YouTube history here. Where the hell is it? History, and then scroll down a little bit to... Here it is. Here is a survey, or it's sort of like a like the survey is in the description of this guy's video. If you play Build 42, take his little survey. He's got it linked. He's doing the Lord's work with that. I didn't even finish watching his video. He goes over the data that he currently has, and I think the survey is ongoing. So I think you guys can respond to that if you are currently playing Build 42. Give the devs some feedback in a curated sense that might be more useful to them than just stream of consciousness, which is what all I'm really capable of doing. Alright, now the contents of the trunk of this vehicle I need to get dumped out on the floor somewhere. Just all of it is just a bunch of garbage from scrapping cars. I just wanted to get it up here so that I can do something with it later. So I'll just dump all this on the ground. When building the Riverside base, basically just taking apart the trees in front of it. Oh yeah, cool. If we look at Riverside here, my base is directly north of the police station. So you can see that there's a whole bunch of trees in between the police station and where my base is. I annihilated all those trees. And then I also have a logging vehicle, so I would go a little further afield and cut wood up here and bring it back in the form of stacks of logs. Alright, so this vehicle is ready to go back to West Point. This other vehicle does not have a battery, so we need to fix that. I'll do that when I get back after going to West Point. So, from Electromax, it's plaster powder, not concrete powder. Electromax is if you are in Riverside, you go to the west, and here's the farmhouse. That's where I got all my animals from. Keep going west, taking north at the Highway T intersection there. And here's Electromax. So there's two different places. There's the factory. This is a metalworking sort of joint. Not too much useful stuff. But here is the warehouse. Warehouse, this is always critical to my Riverside start strategy. The warehouse, you always want to go there, and billions of tools, billions of building materials. Bags of plaster powder, probably like a 20 or so, scattered throughout all these boxes. So that's a fun thing to sort through. But yeah, this truck is ready to go back to West Point tomorrow, or just overnight. I'll just go overnight. So it's a little early to sleep. I'm gonna go ahead and sleep, actually. I'll leave the kale in the fridge here, because I've got a stew now. Yeah, hard to say. Electromax has got a variable amount of zombies, but it's a great resource. I would always recommend securing it. It's worth the effort. Alright, so as a restless sleeper, I have two bedtimes. My first one is usually 22:30. We went to bed a little early, so now we woke up in the middle of the night. My second bedtime is about 4 a.m. So we've got about 4 in-game hours to traverse back to West Point, which is what we shall do now with this vehicle. Now, once we're back in West Point, we've got 2 batteries to charge, so we may stay there for a bit. I'm probably going to read, because I do need to read through aiming level 5 or aiming volume 5, so that I can resume using firearms, which is something I intend to do as soon as I finish all of this logistics work. Oops. Be careful running over corpses, even in a throwaway vehicle. If you run over a corpse too hard, you could flip yourself. Look at that. Always some new friends to behold. So I want to say that the next time, the next vehicle we take up with us, I want to say that we're not going to have quite as much ammo. I mean, we might, but look at this. Look at this. We got little groups here and there all over the place. We're going to have some killing to do overnight here. loser. Alright, have a bite of stew while I'm driving now. Hopefully I don't run into any more big groups like that. Fucking rabbits. Hate these things. That's right, run off of the road, and why don't you fucking stay there this time? It genuinely makes no sense for rabbits to just be in the middle of the friggin' road. They're herbivores. They like to pick through, you know, grass and stuff. Why would they leave the grass and come into a very wide open area full of line of sight where predators could see them? That doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. What are they looking for? The asphalt is too thick for there to be too much of anything that they would want. I mean, there's this little bit of grass poking through. It's nothing compared to anything on either side of the road. It doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. I mean, I know why they're there. They're there because the devs fucking put them there. That's why they're there. But I'm trying to rationalize it, and it's just not working. Left and right. Left and right. We gotta be pretty close to short blunt 10 now. I'd been meaning to get there for a while, ever since I got to strength level 10. Never had a character both. I think my 42.4 character, I did get to short blunt 10, but I never got to strength 10. This character's the first one I've worked all the way up from strength level 9 to strength level 10. That was one hell of a slog. Even though those guys are on the side of the road, one more drive past them and they'd be in the middle of the road, so. Now, if we do get tired on the way back, I do have multiple places that I can sleep on the road. I think we're driving past one soon here. It would be to the south. I hope you guys don't have a problem with casual violence against animals here, because if they're in my road, they either get out of it or they get ended. Doesn't matter if they're a zombie or a rabbit. I might actually hold on to that one. Free protein. Well, I mean, I don't need protein anymore. I'm strength level 10. Protein is, so you want to keep yourself between protein 50 and 300 if you want to build strength experience. Which is something I would always recommend doing if you are not at strength level 10. But now that I am, I don't really have to waste brain power on that anymore. I picked up that rabbit's corpse out of habit. I'm like, hey, I need protein. I should pick that up. No, I don't need protein anymore. Oh, no, okay, so driveway. No, that's just gravel. I literally stole I stole somebody else's gravel driveway. If you have a sack, you can just pick up gravel. Oh, look at all this shit. Was this here when we were on our way up? I don't think it was. Not in this particular location. Fucking... Welcome to Project Zomboid. This is Respawn City up in this bitch. Are you like, okay, okay, okay? What can I do about it? We're playing Vanilla Apocalypse, all settings default, and this is what the devs want, right? So this one is actually one that I made myself. Like I just took the B41 version of it and migrated it. Let me. I will go ahead and just because it is a very useful mod. Simple stat bar. Simple status. Okay, here we go. So there's simple status, but then this is, I believe, build 41. Yeah, last updated May 3rd, 2023. So there's just a billion people who have uploaded unofficial ports, which is why that's why I made it myself. Like when I first started playing, nobody had migrated it yet. So here's a let me clean up the link here. There we go. That's just the first one that I saw. It's not, like I said, it's not the exact one that I'm using. Apparently some Japanese guy did that one. But yeah, the one that I'm using is not on the workshop. I just downloaded the B41 one and upgraded it myself. This. Look at this. This was not on the way here. We did not see that on the way here. Did we? If we did, that's more than I remember. Well, I mean, my current it's currently 7:50 a.m. in my current time zone. I'm in the East Coast of the United States here, so it's early morning for me. But you're technically correct. I did stay up all night. Broken sleep schedules and whatnot. Very broken sleep schedules. I'll probably be at this for another. What are we up to? Jeez Louise, we're already at 5 hours. I've been at this for a minute. That's all right. I'm going until YouTube cuts me off today. I'm not going over it. I'm not doing the left and right. I'm not going over the 12-hour mark today. I will make sure of that. Get out of my frickin' road. Need a highway that's traversable. People are cramping my style here. That's right. This way. Drag your corpses over here so I don't have to. And right, and left, and dead. See, this is what I remember driving past, is a bunch of one-offs in a line. That's what I expect to have driven past. Yes, so your attack speed is based on 3 factors. First, the weapon itself does have an innate attack speed, but then on top of that is your fitness and your weapon skill. Both of those contribute towards your attack speed. So if you have low fitness but high weapon skill, your attack speed will be nowhere near as fast as you would if you had both high fitness and high weapon skill. Okay, that guy needs to go. I'm not going to have somebody in my a tighter area here. That's a negative. not a bad time overall for tonight. I was expecting if we had to keep getting out and fighting that it would be we would overstay our welcome for the night and it would be past 4 a.m. by the time we got back. But we're making okay time here. Did I? Time zones are depending on the time zone. There are a few time zones where it's like if you're in that time zone, there's only like 2 different places you could be. But Eastern time zone, for example, here, I could be anywhere as far south as Florida or as far north as Canada. Well, actually, I could be in South America too. I could be in Brazil right now if I was in this particular time zone. I'm not in Brazil. I am on the east coast of the United States. I'm in the same time zone as Kentucky, where this game takes place. Next to the same mountain range. Alright, and the corpses are still fresh from the clearing of this area. Except for the stragglers, there's always stragglers. We're probably going to arrive back at base right at 4 a.m. now. Get out of there, all you fucking things. Cramping my style here. Hey, short blunt level 10, ladies and gentlemen. I am stronger than I've ever been now. I've made it to short blunt 10 before but I've never made it to short blunt 10 and strength 10. You know, I'll tell you what, if my character survives the next major update, which I do predict is going to be next Monday morning, what is that, 48 hours from now? I predict that the next patch will drop 48 hours from now. I was thinking it would be last week, but no, they decided to stretch things out a bit. I saw a very interesting post from one of the devs. The reason this one took longer, they've had a few people on vacation. The mod was just literally coming out there and saying, don't please temper your expectations. So that's fun. It's a literal fat shark moment there. At least the devs of this game have a better update cadence than Fat Shark. Anybody has a better update cadence than Fat Shark. Fat Shark are the developers of Darktide, another game that I have a lot of hours in. Alright, here's our West Point base. Stuff that yet has to come from this place includes the contents of the freezer here. And, well, we've got 2 other freezers to worry about. These bad boys here. Okay, biggest priority at the moment is I'm gonna go ahead and sleep, and then I need to finish reading Aiming. Yeah. All right. Aiming level 5, or volume 5 here. Oh, I should have done this last night. I'm stupid. I forgot to do this. I need to charge these batteries. Oh, I also need to put the battery charger somewhere else. Probably inside so that it's on the roof generator circuit. That's a really obnoxious sound. I'm going to read over here. A little ways away from that. Unpack some food to eat. go, and then let's get started. I want to finish this up as best we can. This may take the rest of the day, but that's fine. I mean, driving through the rain is annoying anyway, so. We did take the slow reader trait, but that's okay because we don't really, we're not in a rush here. We are absolutely not in a rush. Now that was the last of my stew, so I'm going to go ahead and leave the pot in here, and then take some more, just take some kale out of the freezer here. It's fine. By the time that finishes thawing, we will be ready to eat it. We should probably refill our water too. Don't be fooled by the water dispenser. It's empty and we can't refill it, because water dispensers are currently broken. Yes, 100% with that. And yeah, that's a damn good question, Dark Antimatter. I want to blame Tencent for the state of Darktide, personally. I do think that Tencent has been nothing but a negative influence on every company that they've bought. And Fat Shark is one of them. Fat Shark is now owned by Tencent. And I also think that Tencent is the reason that that Fat Shark did not add solo play to Darktide, because even though they clearly wanted to, they said they would, but they haven't. And I think the reason they haven't is because Tencent was like, no, we don't get money from people playing offline, so don't let people play offline. It's just a theory. There's no proof for it. Might as well be a conspiracy theory. It's just fake news, right? Or something. Yeah, this is definitely a thunderstorm or hurricane or something. I haven't seen any lightning, so it definitely feels like might be a hurricane. Alright, aiming level 5 is complete. We can now use guns again without any shame whatsoever. So I'm going to put away my base. It's about to break anyway. Or actually, I should probably fix it. Do I have anything to fix it with over here? Not at the moment. That's all stuff that I probably brought up with me. Oh, there's another car battery charger. I could be charging both of these at the same time. A bit late for that, but... Alright, pretty close to bedtime. I'm going to spend the rest of the evening getting together the start of a vehicle here. So this Ranger vehicle that we brought up with us is just going to stay here. The only reason we recovered it is so we could drive back here. So this is the next vehicle we'll use. This is the biggest, or it used to be the biggest hauler. It is the second biggest now. Okay, so on my next trip down here with the van, I need to do I need to pick up one of those red generators and bring it back here, because I'm going to replace the one on the roof of this base with a red generator, because this place here is going to become just a backup location, and there won't be much of a need for the there won't be much of a need for it to have one of my good generators anymore after we're done here. There's a lot of stuff on the floor here. More than 90% of it I won't need. And the last trip up will be with the ambulance here and the animal trailer here. I also need to replace the windshield. I'm gonna harvest the one from the other truck. Not that the one over here is that much better, but well, 69% is better than 56%. Ambulance is supposed to have my best stuff, but well, wear and tear, and it's no longer my best stuff. At one point, the overall condition of the ambulance was as high as 85 something percent at one point, but it has just been used very heavily. Alright, it's 2200. That's okay time to sleep. I'll just sleep now. Alright, for anybody joining, welcome. As a quick recap, we are in West Point and we are working on collapsing our field base here in West Point, so that we can bring everything that's here up to our final destination in Louisville. This battery is still charging. I'll leave that there. Alright, most of the stuff that's in the trailer right now is actually stuff that I need to get out of here. Most of this I don't need. Well, I don't immediately need. Yeah, all of this I'll just toss on the floor for the moment. This is all stuff that I acquired from taking apart vehicles. Jesus. My guy who covers the weekends is 112 tickets in the queue. That's painful to hear. I am so sorry, my man. I am so sorry. All right, let's get started with ammo here. This is 45 auto. Probably gonna need, yeah, definitely gonna need 2 garbage bags for that. Probably more than 2. .45 auto is the preferred caliber of the big iron, as it were. The big iron being, in this case, the M625. And then, oof, a whole bunch more of 223 here. But we're taking all of it because there's not much of a point in leaving it here. And the rain is only getting worse. So this is definitely a hurricane we're running into now. October 21st and we're getting a hurricane. That feels a little late in the season, but whatever. Whatever. Deal with that, I guess. Okay, 136 out of 202 in the trunk of this bad boy. And I think that is all of the ammo that we brought, finally, after 3 trips. So that means we can start on other things. I'm going to go with canned food first. Canned food and then some other non-perishables from over here. NPF, garbage bag NPF, non-perishable foods. I think we can fit one more garbage bag like that, and then the trunk is going to be full. Should have a few more in the driver's seat, except I don't. There should be some more in the ambulance. Yeah, I'm going to need all that I have, so I'll go ahead and take all those. Literally everything in here is just non-perishable foods. Alright, we can fit another, like, 10 encumbrance worth of stuff. So I'm going to start another NPF, but I'm not going to fill it all the way up. Do some flour and some pasta, and that's it. We'll see if we can get away with 12. If we can't, then so be it. Oh, look at that. We managed to get away with that. And that is a full trunk. Now, with other vehicles, we would be able to get away with putting stuff in the driver's seat and the passenger's seat and the glove compartment. No. This is one of our primary hauler vehicles, so it actually has, you know, stuff all over the place that we might need. So that's not happening. Does that change my calculus at all with the freezers? I don't think it does. What I probably will do, though, is I probably will just equip the freezer in my offhand as opposed to putting it in the trunk. But in order to do that, I need to take the generator first. So that's what I'm going to do tomorrow. Tomorrow I take the generator, put it in the trailer, and then take the stuff out of the freezer, put it in the trailer, and then hand carry the freezer itself. And then we're out of here. Okay. 3:30, I sleep at 4. It's a little early. I'm going to go ahead and sleep. The battery's done. I can take that out. Yeah, it's a little early. I'm just going to go ahead and sleep now. I really hope the rain eases up by tomorrow morning, but I got no indication that it will. For anybody joining, welcome. We are just about to dispatch back to Louisville after collecting a lot of stuff here in our temporary base in the south side of West Point. This is the second to last trip we'll have to make, so if you're looking for heavy-duty combat, we're still a little ways out, but not too much longer. I'm going to go ahead and... well, it's still raining, but that's alright. We'll just deal with it. It is a hurricane after all, so we're not going to be able to get much better than what we currently have. So my perishable strategy for preserving foods from my crop harvest is to have multiple generators powering different freezers. This one right here is powering the one in the corner inside the base. Turn this off. I'm going to fix it. Oops. Fix it. There we go. I'm going to disconnect it. Pick it up. Put it in the trailer. And then we're going to drive right back in. I suppose we don't have to go. Well, we can go all the way in. We'll just take the other exit. Yeah, easy enough to go just the other way around here. So here's the freezer that we were powering. You can carry all the stuff that's in it at once if we do this. Well, we've got to drop a little bit of crap. There we go. There we go. Okay. By using military backpacks in each hand, you can carry a lot of stuff. And now we just put all that straight into the trailer. And now the trailer is mostly full. I think we can fit just a little bit more. So what we'll do is I'll just try fitting in some of this, some of the bags that are on the floor over here. This one definitely needs to go, but this is not. This is way too big. Way too big. If I take just the crucibles and the battery charger, that ought to do it. Crucibles. No, the battery charger actually will do it. Look at that. 129.7 out of 130. And then the trunk is already completely full. So anything left that I want to bring with me is just hand carry, which is already got my offhand filled up with the popsicle freezer here. Once again, this is one that only weighs 20. Some of them seem to weigh 20, some seem to weigh 40. I do not understand the difference. I don't know if I ever will. Because sometimes I'll put it down and pick it back up and it'll be 40 again instead of 20. Doesn't make any sense to me. Let's take these axe parts if we can fit them. So we've got that, and then these axe heads, and 3 more axe heads, and now we are way over encumbered. Let's get the hell out of here. So how do we get out of here after driving in with the trailer like that? Well, we've destroyed enough walls in this place. We can just mosey on around like this. And off we go on our way back to our new base in Louisville, in the southwest corner of the place. So we don't have too far to go, but it is a bit of a ride. Now, yesterday we spared no time killing almost every zombie we came across. So it should be an easy drive, but I'm not going to take anything for granted. If we got to get out and fight, then we got to get out and fight. We'll do what we got to do. Yep, look at that. I thought I had killed everybody over here, but no, they scattered to the wind on either side of the road. At least they're scattered enough that I can just drive past them for now. And just to verify, both of those batteries that I've charged are in my backpack. Okay. Because I need, well, at least one more. Possibly two. And I need to remember that I'm also going to not take the railroad tracks because they're not cleared. I'm just taking the railroad track to get across that bridge there. There we go. Look at that, more rabbits in the road. More chances to damage your hood and your windshield because that's what animals do. Bastards. Alright. There was an unexpectedly large group of them on the road, not far past this gas station here, if I recall properly. These fucking things, dude. They go to the Prometheus school of running away from things, which means they just go straight forward away from whatever the fuck is spooking them. It's not what rabbits would do IRL. I mean, first of all, they'd never stand in the middle of the road in large groups for that long. Second of all, if you hit them, it wouldn't damage your frickin' hood and windshield. Third of all, they would probably run for tall grass. There's the big group that we killed yesterday. So at the very least, we don't have to worry about zombies in the immediate vicinity. But who knows, maybe another big group will respawn that weren't there yesterday. We cannot take anything for granted at this point. 15 and a half months in, almost 16 months. The respawns are still entirely unpredictable. They started getting that right around the 1 year mark. It was right around the 1 year mark, about a couple months beforehand, that the respawns just started getting really unpredictable. And I have yet to figure it out. I think it's been a couple hundred hours in game, like IRL hours, since I've had the respawns start kicking up. I still haven't figured them out. Sometimes it seems like we've got more than we initially had to begin with in a certain area. Like that big area that I pointed out on the way here. I don't think there were that many there to begin with. I don't think. But whatever. This is why we don't build inside POIs. At the beginning of last stream, we learned that definitively. Hello there, Layla. How you doing today? We've got a lot of logistics behind us today, but we have made good progress, and this is our second to last trip. Oh, look at this! Look at this! Respawns in between the cars here. Unbelievable. Well, all these corpses here we just killed just the other day in game. But now we've got more to kill, so okay. I can't wait for the whole checkpoint here to respawn. I can't wait. Man. They just don't ease up. It's like the corpses of the previous waves have just barely started to disappear. And already we've got more showing up. Like clockwork. Oop, there's my turn right there. I almost missed it. Looks a little different here with the place covered in rain. So if I were to keep going down that highway, we'd see the hospital on the left. Now for this last trip up, I don't have to take the I don't have to take the last freezer. I do have to take the last, I have to take an extra generator, though. So let's figure the destinations out here. This is our, this is the staging ground for building a base here in Louisville. As you can see, we've got our other two vehicles that we brought up that are full of stuff that we've already removed the perishables from. Now I've got a bunch of axe parts I need to get out of my inventory. So let's put those on the table here. What I like to do whenever I find firefighter axes is pull the head off of the handle, because I am a carver. I can make handles very easily. So it's easier to transport them when they're just the heads. And I just have the one fully built one there for when I need to replace my other one with it. So most of this other stuff we picked up. We just go in here. It's just the miscellaneous bin until I find better spots for everything. I need to repair the handle of my mace here. The mace is, the head is only half capacity, but the handle is just about to go, so I just repair it with duct tape there. And that's, once again, good to go. Now, I've got a bad battery and a good battery here. I'm going to leave the bad battery just on the ground here for now. The good battery I'm going to put into the van here. This van. Remember, after you spend enough time in this game, every vehicle you come across, the battery is going to be dead. So this battery here, I've got to, I had to recharge it on the generator back in West Point there. So here are the two freezers we brought with us already, both powered by separate generators to reduce the fuel consumption. Now this freezer over here just needs its own generator. We're going to put that down in the corner. Now I've got in my hand, actually, another freezer. I'll find a home for that soon. For now, I'm just going to take this generator out of the trailer and put it down where it will power just the freezer that I showed you inside the house there. So right over here should probably be fine. Let's see, counting tiles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 radiar. Because I want to make sure that it can comfortably power the freezer inside, but nothing else on that south wall there. So let's see, does it power it? It does power the freezer from there, so that's a good spot for that. Now I just take the garbage bags full of stuff out of the trailer and put it in the freezer, which I can do if I put my backpacks in each hand. These garbage bags are full of perishable crops that I harvested at one point and now need to keep frozen as long as possible to maximize their usefulness. I went through a lot of effort to plant them, so might as well go through the effort to preserve them. I've already jarred up as much as I can using the jarring system from Build 42. I don't hate it, but there's no way to get more vinegar, so there's only so many jars we can make. Alright, so that freezer is fully loaded. Now we just, I'm not going to bother unloading these vehicles. All the equipment that we're bringing with us can stay in the vehicles for now, because we don't necessarily have a place to unload it to. We're like just getting started building the base here. We're just mostly the biggest purpose for what we're doing here is just getting the perishables up here, so we don't have to keep going back to West Point to babysit the generators and keep them frozen. Oops, there's a tree right there. Glad I caught that. Alright, now I siphon out one gas can full of gas from this bad boy. And then I go put it in the van that I just got a new battery for here. And then I check to see if there's anything in my backpack. No, I already got rid of everything in my backpack that I don't need right now. So I'm just taking the gas cans. I have some food. Wait, do I have some food? Some of this kale's going bad. I mean, it has been going bad for a while now. Honestly, the kale that's still fresh, I should keep it that way for now. I'll put that in the fridge and use a couple of these frying pans to make a couple stir fries from the kale that's about to go bad. So honestly, same. The potatoes are going to last a lot longer. Potatoes have a long freshness by default. Unfortunately, these ones I've been letting sit out for way too long, so... This is going to come out to be a nice and chunky stir fry here. So we're adding a little bit of everything to it. Toss those in the oven here. Let those cook up while I confirm what I want to do with the stuff in the back of this vehicle. Oh, I'm just going to dump it with the rest of it. This is all stuff that I picked up randomly from welding apart burned wrecks. Oh, yeah, I guess to rewind a bit for Layla and anybody else joining if you're not familiar. We have fought our way into Louisville, and we have killed a bunch of zombies at the hospital in the southwest corner of the place, and in so doing, we've established our new base location in Louisville. Oops, shit, that crucible does not need to go on the ground, because it will get filled up with water. Crucible goes into my inventory instead. There we go. All this stuff will eventually go towards metalworking in the local area. For reference, for example, one of these steel bars is another sword. That's whenever I see a steel bar, I basically just see another sword. These windows also, I'm just going to put them in the cabinet around the corner there. Because this van, what we're going to do with it is we're going to drive back down to our staging point in West Point, at the south side of West Point, to pick up the last of the perishable foods that we left there. and then come back here, and that'll be it for West Point. We won't have to go back anymore after this. Oh shit! Just finished cooking. I'm glad I caught that. These came out as 40 fries. Perfect. Okay. I don't really have a very strong organization system here yet. I'm just kind of putting stuff where I can put it. Food and cooking stuff will go in the corner for now. Miscellaneous stuff in the center. First aid electronics, garbage in the corner there, and then this corner, materials, generally speaking. Okay. That's all of that sorted. I can get rid of this kale. I've got a trash can over here for it. Okay. Ready to depart. So now what we do with this van here is we drive back to West Point, and we're going to take a generator with us so that we can replace the generator at our West Point base with a red one. The red ones are not as good as the yellow ones, so I want all the yellow ones to come with us. There should be a red one right over here, actually, at the LBMW Radio Shack here. Oh, I forgot to do something with these windows. Oops. I'll just leave them here for now. I'll remember their location if I need more windows. So this generator comes back to West Point with us so that I can replace the primary generator for the West Point location with a red one. And then take both of the remaining yellow ones back with us, along with the animals. I don't really have a destination for the animals yet. They're just going to go inside the house. The house is a cheap enclosure, and I can just put a couple of feeding troughs for them there. Alright, we are going to have to get out and deal with all these guys here, because it's much easier to deal with them now than it will be to deal with them once my ambulance is full and I'm coming back with it. Get out of the road. I'm starting to realize it's going to be impossible to keep this road clean 100% of the time. But I suppose I can at least keep it clean for my next journey up. Where'd they go? Right there to the south. It almost seems like their movements are random sometimes. Sometimes trying to do the jaw stab just results in me pushing him. Doesn't make sense. But it is what it is. Now the big group that I thought I saw was further down this way, wasn't it? Or... oh, maybe they followed us up north. Okay. Cool. Let's see how many more we see on the way back. 'Cause every time we drive past them, they get a little closer. Like that guy right there, maybe he'll be in the road. This one here, look at a big old group here. Big old group. Alrighty. Gotta keep our eyes peeled not just for zombies, but rabbits. Like I said before, it does not matter how many times we chase them out of the road. The devs put them back in the road. Because haha, players gotta swerve out of the way if they don't hit the rabbits. Alright, so you know, now that I've finished the aiming book, I can always do this now. This barricade here is actually very helpful for firearms. It's also very helpful for attracting them from outside of my range. Yep, I should have known. That probably was not the best idea, because look at what we've got now. Sure, I could get in the car and drive away, but then they would show up in the road where I just fired the gun. So, yeah, we brought this problem on ourselves. Let's deal with it. 11 rounds left in the M9. Oops. I'm definitely feeling aiming level 8 right now. That's not good. I thought she was on the other side. It's kind of hard to tell what side of this barricade they're on sometimes when they're really close to it like that. Balls. Ammo check. 1 round left. This isn't even inside Louisville, by the way. This is just outside of Louisville. Reload. One from the other side of the road here. Come on. Ammo check, 14. Oh yeah, we just started this one. Come on. Waiting for slow ones to fall over barricades is... Ammo check. 2 rounds. 1, 0, reload. Oh, I'm out. Of course I am. Big iron. 4. Hello there, Possum. How you doing today? We are, we got a little side encounter on our way back to West Point from Louisville. We're just stopping by West Point to collect our perishables so that we can erect a permanent base in Louisville. I just wanted to kill a few zombies on the side of the road. Now we've started a slaughter. Didn't work. I'm out. I'm completely out of M9, it seems. Completely out of M625, so our guns are expended for now. We'll have to wait until we get back to Louisville to get restocked. This barrier is quite helpful. It's just I don't have enough ammo to handle all of them with it. Get off of my vehicle. Dangerous playing with fences like that, but it works. Alrighty, that's a side quest complete. So friggin' always get Brenda late to the party over here. Fashionably, I suppose. These corpses to the south here, these are from yesterday. That's what we're dealing with, just constant respawns. I might as well just wait for these guys to come on out. Thankfully, I've got plenty of weapons to deal with them. I mean, plenty may be a slight overstatement. I just repaired the handle on this mace. It's like another side quest has begun. That was the M36, so it's going to be quieter, but that doesn't really matter. It doesn't need to be allowed to attract the groups over here. But y'all come on over, take a seat. Oh, okay. Fight me real then. Left and right. Left, right, and center. I hear one to my right somewhere. Behind me? Not behind me, no. I'm clear. Audio system doing weird things sometimes. Come on over. Oops. Look at that. That was a dangerous thing to do. See, this is why you don't mess around with fences with melee too much. Your luck will run out eventually. I mean, okay, so I got lucky there. He stumbled me, but there was nobody to take advantage of that. I have lost a character because I got stumbled, and there were people to take advantage of that. That was how Barb the Builder, 104 hours of that character down the drain. There are many, 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 many other reasons, though. That's far from the only reason. Theoretically, I should not be needing to do more than one more trip on this road for the short term. But, I also don't like the thought of being locked into this place, so having a road out would feel nice. I get the distinct feeling that I'm still going to have more of them chilling there when I come back. See, one-offs I don't care about. I really don't care about one-offs. It's when it looks like there's a group like that. Yeah. I'm not dealing with this. We are... Because another problem is, on our way back, we're going to be towing animals. If the animals spend too much time next to zombies, they're going to get stressed out. And if my cow gets too stressed out, she'll lose her baby. So we don't want that. We do not want our cow to be stressed at all. So I am... Feels really good being short blunt 10. Short blunt 10, fitness 9, strength 10. I've never been this powerful before. I gotta make sure not to let it go to my head, though. Kill only takes one bite. Doesn't matter how powerful you are. Alrighty. For anybody joining, just a quick recap. We are on our way back from Louisville to West Point to grab the last of our the perishable food that we have stashed there. So we have one double freezer left up there, and that is what we're going to recover. It does, yes, absolutely. I'm only going to get out and fight if there's large groups from here on out. Those small groups I can continue to dodge well enough. It's just the large ones that I'm concerned about. And we are a little over the halfway point. We're coming up on the bridge now, I believe. $1,700, so we'll probably stay the night up there too. It would be very nice if the rain was finally done. What you guys are looking at is the tail end of a hurricane, actually. Over the past couple of days, we've had a lot of wind, thunder, lightning, and the usual. Actually, no lightning, just a lot of rain. Still dodgeable. I don't like it, but I'll dodge it. I just want to make sure that I don't have to run into a situation where I'm forced to get out and fight, because then that'll get the animals stressed when they're in the trailer. Alright, here's the bridge. Still covered with burnt vehicles, but for now, the railroad bridge is actually fine. So just take a little run around that. Oh, look at that. Zombies blocking my critical routes. That's unacceptable. Get out of there. Right this way, folks. Step up and get flipped. Ready then. I could deal with these guys the sneaky way. We've got a nice open field up here. And I just give a little toot up here. And all these guys who are at the edge of the road will come up here. Now, the only problem that I'm concerned about is that this will also draw people from the other side of the road. If it does, well, nothing I can do about it. And now, quite separately, I will approach my base from the north here, on the other side of the tracks. So we are now entering West Point. And, of course, there are many, many, many more here than there were just the other day, because respawns are out in force, like seriously out in force. I would get out and deal with them if I had, if I had guns. I could use that the chain link fence there as a kill zone, but I don't have much ammo left at all. But anyway, here's our base. We've got 2 generators to pick up, and then a freezer full of food. And we don't have a lot of room to work with because we don't have a trailer this time. I mean, we have an animal trailer, but that doesn't count because there's not a lot of room in it. First, I gotta make sure none of those zombies actually retained interest in me. Okay, we're looking okay. Because that was actually pretty close. We're good. Alright, so first generator's right here. Before we pick that up, we want to sort out what we're going to put in the trunk here. Reserve space in the backpack. This hunting knife is pretty much done. I'll cast that aside. Replace it with the one that I had in here. Oh, we'll switch to spear now. We're done with long blunt in terms of leveling, so we will just use long blunt when we need it now. Alright, so we've got 161 in the trunk. And we need to take this freezer and the stuff in it. So let's run some math here. The freezer weighs 40. We're going to hand carry that. So that means these 2 generators and 39 plus 39 is the contents of the freezers. So that's basically 158 right there. I'm going to go ahead and empty the freezers momentarily. But then, of course, we've also got to worry about the contents of the freezer. Alright, so this backpack is probably going to go in my primary hand. I'll go ahead and leave it out here for now. There's still some stuff here that I would want to bring. I have to bring this hiking backpack. The stuff that's in it is required to build the brain fart. Why am I drawing a blank on this? To build the furnace and forge. The furnace and forge that we want to build at our destination. I need the contents of both of these backpacks for that now. So those are going to hand carry. This fridge has now been emptied. I can shut the generator off on the roof. the animals we brought with us consist of a cow, a calf, and a chick, because that's exactly what can fit in a trailer. Hopefully the calf hasn't grown too much, because it was a very tight fit before. If the calf has grown just a little bit, then we won't be able to fit it. That would be embarrassing if that was the case, but yeah, okay. Alright, so there's 40 plus 40 for the generators. And now 39 plus 39 for the food. In order to fit those in our backpacks, we put one in each hand. She makes a good point. Wait a minute, what? Oh, okay. I thought... Never mind. Good and good. That. And then the other one here. No, I think we can limit break. I think these freezers, we can actually, yeah, look at that. We limit broke. We were able to pick up the freezer despite not having even close to enough room for it. But that's okay. Okay, and that basically takes up the entirety of the trunk here. Now the freezer that we picked up is going to go in our offhand here. And that leaves us with a little bit of room in our backpack, but otherwise, well, okay, instead of that, what I'm going to put the freezer down really quick because I need to be able to pick up those smaller animals. So in the trailer, in the animal trailer here, I keep some stuff for moving the animals, such as a rope for the heifer here. Right this way, ma'am. We are going bye-byes in the car, as it were. So there is Athena, and here is Adonis. Those two can fit together. And we still just barely have room for the chick. We have this combination because the cow is a female, the calf is a male, and the chick is a female hen that will eventually grow up and lay eggs, and the calf is a male that will eventually grow up and be a breeding pair with the female. And these three combined will fit into an animal trailer that is otherwise you're gonna struggle to ever fit more than a single cow into an animal trailer. But by the magic of logistics, we've pulled it off here. So I just fill up the remaining space in there with grass. Hold on to the rope because I'm gonna need it. And now I just do a final sweep of the base for anything I might need. Of all the stuff, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I would really want to bring with me here, but I don't have a lot of room. I have most of the essentials, and if I need to come back, it's not that hard. It's just inconvenient, especially seeing all those frickin' respawns. To be entirely honest, I'd probably just want to take these backpacks. I think I have room for all of them. Some cookware. Cookware can always be locally sourced. All I've got to do is hit some of the local houses up there, and I will find more cookware. Electronic parts, absolutely. Yeah, everything else in here I can find more of elsewhere. maybe 1 box of batteries. Okay. I'm not currently hand carrying anything, and that's because I need to pick up this stuff off of the ground here. I cannot, it's too heavy. Let's take out this garbage bag full of kale first. Equip that, and equip this. I can now fit the garbage bag full of kale back in there. Now, quite separately, I am going to go and pick up the freezer. And we're going to limit break, because even though we should not be able to pick up the freezer, we can. I've noticed that our inventory size kind of just gets ignored. Now, the downside to this, we are now 100% combat ineffective unless we drop everything. So we got to make it back in one shot. We cannot stop for anything. That was part of the reason I was being a little bit obsessive about killing every single zombie that I came across on the way here. So, here goes nothing. Okay, catch you later, possum. Have a good one. Game feels a little choppy right now. It's probably because of that garbage bag full of stuff. So I'm just going to have to take it carefully here. Rabbits in the road. If the game looks like it's lagging a little bit, 100% correct it is. It is, there's a bug right now in the current build, 42.11. It'll almost guaranteed to be solved in the next update when it drops on, assuming on Monday. Basically, if you have a lot of containers filled with hundreds of items, that will slow your game down to a halt. Or it'll tank your frame rate, and it will... The lag will be proportional to what your PC can handle. So people with lower end PCs, I've heard people saying that their game just grinds to a halt if there are too many containers full of stuff around them. As silly as that sounds. That was a close one. We almost smacked into the side of the vehicle with that. Alright, almost there. Just the next left up here. And we can finally say we're done with logistics for a while. Oh, look at that. We're getting an audio buffer overflow. You may notice that there's no more sound playing. Or there's certain parts of sounds are not playing. Got to put this freezer somewhere where it won't get powered yet. And then I gotta, well, oh, I never unlocked that door. Whoops. Okay, I'm going to try a couple different spots for this. I do believe that is being powered. So what I'm going to do is actually move this generator out a little bit. Okay, it is not powering the freezer anymore. So let's just make sure that this freezer is not being powered at all. It looks like it is. In fact, it looks like half of it is being powered. So let's move it one tile over. Can't because of the stupid chair. Okay, it is not being powered now. Let's get the chairs and the table out of the way. The game becomes less and less stable as the audio problem gets worse. So the sooner I get this done, and all you got to do when the audio problem like this comes up, just close and reopen the game is all you got to do. I'm just trying to get the perishables sorted before I do that. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Right here is where we put the next generator. Connect it. Oh, shit. God damn it. Okay, the game is now freezing up on us. We have no choice. I think it'll come back. Come on, come on. I believe in you. Yeah, it's back. Okay. All we got to do is quit and reopen it. I wanted to finish what I was doing first, but no, I guess no. When that problem starts, it's better to just close and reopen the game ASAP. Shouldn't take too long. And it's a little early. It usually doesn't happen until like 7 hours or so into a game session. go. It is powering one set of lights. That's fine. I don't really care about one set of lights so much as gotta make sure it's only powering one freezer. So there's our destination for the stuff that was in it before. Okay. This is why I didn't want to close and reopen the game. This is why I didn't want to close and reopen the game, because now this shit has happened. For some reason, all the stuff that we brought with us is rotten now. Waste of my goddamn time, this fucking buggy-ass game. It's unstable beta, bro. It's unstable beta. Fuck you. It should not be a problem. It should not be that hard for frozen food states to be retained between closing and reopening the game, but no. No, every single goddamn food item we had with us is now rotten because the game. I don't fucking know what happened. All I know is it was frozen and it was fine before we closed and reopened the game, and now everything is fucking rotten. Just fucking delete it and be done with it. Fucking ridiculous. Unbelievable. That was all of our fruit, too. The only fucking fruit that we had. The only fruit we'll have for a very long time unless we forage. Whatever. It's not like I was relying on this to survive. I like having a variety of food. Whatever. Can't afford to get too mad about it. It's unstable beta bullshit. That's what we're dealing with in this game in its current state. Alright, one more garbage bag to toss out, and we're done with that. We don't have to think about it again. I mean, I guess, okay, wasn't an entire waste of time. We managed to bring a generator with us. Just put this fucking freezer somewhere else, I guess. Yeah, it really does. I wish it didn't have to be this way. I didn't know specifically that would happen. I had this slimy feeling that if we closed and restarted the game before getting that stuff into the freezer, that something stupid would happen. And vindicated hardcore. I would love to report this as a glitch, but I mean, I don't think the devs have any interest in anything that I have to report. Just gonna put the animals in this room for now. It's a small room, but it'll work. So if you're not familiar with animals in B42, right now all they really need, like at all ever, is just food and water. I'm sure someday the devs will make it harder than that because this game is never tedious enough. But for now, just a feeding trough with food and a feeding trough with water. And they are basically set until they run out of either. So I'm removing the furniture from the room so they have a little bit more space to hang out. And then all I gotta do is give them a... Hold on a second. 1:10 a.m.? Did we never slept. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. Something feels weird about the time, and I can't quite put my finger on it. Putting the rope back into the animal trailer. Grass can go somewhere else. Let's put that in one of these backpacks until we can get a trough to put the grass into. This scythe will be used to get more grass. So I can start scything the grass from where I intend to build the driveway to the base that I'm going to build eventually here. Alright, that's plenty of grass for the moment. We've already got some nails in our backpack, so we're just going to saw 2 of these logs here, and that will give us enough planks. I need to turn this generator off because I don't need it no more. At least not yet. I'll probably replace the red generator with that one. So I guess what we've learned from that silly debacle earlier is don't close and reopen your game while there's stuff that needs to be in a freezer that's not in a freezer. Because if you do that, well, you're going to have problems. Alright, we've got 6 planks on us now. Switch in this room. There it is. Let's build the moo-moos, something to eat out of here. Alright, and they need a zone. So we just create a zone here. Oops. We'll call this LV base house temp, because this is just temporary. And let's go get them some food and water. Most animals just eat grass. I think maybe pigs might have a more complex... I don't know. All I know is that basically everything that I take care of only needs to eat grass. And water. Let's go get... I already have a couple of gas cans here. I'm going to use those. Drop this bucket for now, and gas can in the primary hand, and the secondary hand. And we're going to fill these up from the... oh, we can just run out to the river and fill them up from the river. Got a nice river right here. Once we have a place to put the animals, aside from just a temporary house there, we can actually have them drink out of the river. For now, we just got a trough inside until we're ready. Okay, and we can fit another 20 liters in there. So that's what we're going to do after we get a sleep. We probably should have slept already. Alrighty. So basically, we need to sleep twice, so I'm going to sleep again as soon as the game lets me. It'll take a minute, though. I think Athena is actually just about to give birth, too. So that is, it's good that we have her in a permanent destination then, because if she gave birth to her calf, her next calf, if she gave birth to that, while we were or before we were in transit, we would not be able to take both calves with us. And there's the animal trough filled all the way up. I'm going to leave this bucket outside to get filled up with rainwater. Always a useful thing to have that. Let's see if the game will let me sleep again. Nope, too early. Let me guess, did I leave the van running? I have such a bad habit of doing that. It only idled a little bit overnight, but still. It's the thought that counts. Gas is very much more finite than it used to be. Alright, so leave that there for now. Alright, we'll use this gas can to top off any of the generators we need to. We're mostly done with the red ones now because we don't really need... we literally have an extra yellow one now. And the yellow ones are objectively better. So we're going to toss the red ones off to the side for now. Come back and use those, probably as zombie bait. They do get attracted by the noise. There was another red one somewhere here, and I forgot exactly where. It was like right next to one of these vehicles. There it is. It's kind of hard to see things behind vehicles in this game, especially the step vans. That's alright. Do I have enough electrical parts? Yeah, I should have enough electrical parts. I'm going to do a refuel and repair of every generator in the area. We only have a total of 4 running now, and they each have relatively small loads. You know, one would think that I wouldn't necessarily need to spend quite as much fuel keeping these generators frozen, because it's very close to freezing outside right now. But no, that doesn't really change the energy draw. Okay, so let's talk really quick about our generator schema here. What we have going on right now is this generator right here at the very top, highlighted with the green tile there. That's powering this freezer right here. Over here on the left, this generator is powering this freezer right here. Down here to the south, the generator that is kind of hard to see behind this tree right here, it is powering the freezer that is at the edge of the house inside here. And then quite separately, the other yellow generator right here, this one is powering the appliances in the garage slash. This is primarily our staging ground here. The house is really not that important. This is the stuff from the house that I brought in here to a more secure location. Easier to keep track of everything in there. But now, why do we do it that way? We do it that way because we want each of these freezers to be on its own generator circuit. That way, the power draw is a lot slower, and it does not. We don't have to go back and babysit it quite as often. If you put them all on the same generator, then you've got to be refueling it every 2 or 3 days. It's a lot easier to spread it across several different generators, in my opinion. This generator up here, we actually did not quite get it all the way finished, filled up, so. Alright, now every single generator in this area should now be synchronized. With the exception of this one over here, it's got a slightly lighter load, so it won't degrade quite as fast. I would say that this strategy would be a lot easier to execute if we could just control what was connected to which generator. Unfortunately, the only way to do that right now is distance. So it would be much, much nicer if I could just have these freezers right next to each other next to the house, and then just have the generators right next to each other and just connect it selectively so that, you know, each freezer is connected to one generator. But no, we can't do it that way right now. We just got to deal with the game as it is, and the game as it is says if you want to if you want to have multiple generators, you got to have distance between them. Let's Speaking of shit going rotten, all that kale now needs to go in the trash as well, because I only kept it in the fridge instead of the freezer. Let's have a bite of this stir fry. Okay, I need to step away briefly, and then when I get back, we are going to gear up, and we're going to take another chunk out of the hospital zombies. Oh, I also need to sleep again. My sleep schedule got thrown off a little bit there. Alrighty. Oof. Okay, so I just need to step away briefly, probably like 30 seconds or so. Well, a minute and 30 seconds or so. And when I get back, we will finish emptying those backpacks. Then we gear up, then we deploy. Be right back. Alright, so I have returned, regrettably. I've stayed up all night. We've been at this for about 7 hours and 20 minutes. I was hoping to go a little longer, but well, I'm not going to keep going if I get to the point where I feel like my reflexes are being threatened, because at that point it is not worth it. I don't feel safe playing this game if my reflexes are not what they should be, because that's a fast ticket to losing your character, in my opinion. So, cleaning up my inventory here. I'll take a few of those caffeine pills IRL, but they have diminishing returns, unfortunately. Very diminishing returns. All right, so in these containers here, in these backpacks, we've got our firearms. Empty M9 magazines go in here. Now the filled M9 magazines go, some of them go into my Alice kit here. We will go ahead and take, yeah, I feel like 6 will be alright, but let's up that to 10. That feels pretty good. 38 special, bit of 9. Let's open a box of 45 auto for the big iron. Let's get some of that reloaded here. There's the big iron. Here's the 9mm. Here is the 38 special. Clean ourselves up a little bit. Covered in blood, so is our bags. Might as well get these all cleaned up. If we get lucky, maybe by the time we're done washing up, the rain will be gone. That would require a lot of luck. I mean, it's not like it hasn't been raining for the past practically week. That sometimes happens in fall in this game. Sometimes just you'll get a fall and there will be just nothing but rain the whole time. Don't necessarily have a purpose for these backpacks just yet, but soon. Alright, it's really hard to say no to the shotgun. I think I am going to switch to the M14 for a bit. I don't know. I'll see what I can do with the M14. If it doesn't feel good, I'll switch back to the shotgun. Where are my M14 magazines at? They might be in one of my containers. Yeah, they might be in one of my storage vehicles here. Oh, where'd this bitch come from? Get over here. Sorry, not taking any guests right now. Wouldn't be surprised if there's more of those out there somewhere. This is Louisville, after all. cook ourselves up just to stir fry really quick. Know where these crucibles need to go, and this battery charger. Just 223 and 45 back there. Over here we've got 56, 12 gauge, 9 mil, 223. That means up here we've got to have our 308. There it is. And there's the M14 magazines. None of them are loaded. I'm not going to make you guys sit here and watch me load a billion magazines. What I am going to go ahead and do is just leave this garbage bag with the M14 next to it. We'll use the M16 instead. About halfway done on that fry. Yeah, we use the M16, it's fine. And we'll have the shotgun as backup if the M16 doesn't do what I think it will do. Which, it should do fine. I mean, it's an M16. It'll knock zombies flat on their ass. That's what we want. I don't actually need this one right now. I'll just go ahead and put the M9 mags in the back. Everything else, I can hold off on. And there's that one. It's almost a quarter of the way to burnt. That's good. Lovely weapon. Eject the magazine and top it off with a spare round here. Place the car battery charger. And get rid of these crucibles. And then we're good to go. Let's see what kind of damage we can do in the next couple of hours here. Look at that! The rain finally stopped. That doesn't necessarily mean the weather's cleared up, though. It might just, the rain might be on and off for a bit still. Alright, so this is the back end of the hospital here. What I'm going to do is just kind of drive on up and pull a little group of these guys with the sound of my engine. I'm going to try to pull them out of the hospital if I can. Now, because these guys are coming up, because we've got the rain, rather, I'm not going to pull any... I'm not going to... I'm just going to wait until they're, like, point blank on me to shoot them. As predicted, that brought a nice swathe of them. So I'm going to back up a little further with the van here. Oh, look at that. It's pulling them out of the trees, too. What's going on, lady? Tell you what, I'm going to rotate my weapons a little bit here. Probably also going to put the armor on. I'm feeling like an extra bit of protection can't hurt right now. So the claw hammer is going in my backpack. The nightstick is going on my second slot. And then my third slot, which is my go-to melee, we're going to whip out a sword. And I'm going to put on my heavy armor. So what's my heavy armor over here? It is the bone gauntlets, bone choker, and bicycle helmet. I do not feel the need to wear the coat of plates right now. The coat of plates is more for summer loadouts. It's more for summer loadouts when I feel the need to overprotect when I don't have any other. I'm not wearing the jacket, rather. Right now I'm wearing the military jacket, so I'm fine. So currently with the helmet on, my protection levels are 40% or higher for the full body. I'm going to need it if they're going to be popping out at me like this. Never want to rely on it. Your movement is your most important defense. But sometimes movement doesn't save you. Sometimes. It should. If it doesn't, it's a skill issue. Look at all this. Let's get an ammo check. 26. 25. Remember, if I get too panicked, my aim is adverse effect, so... One from the north. Backing up with the van a little bit. I accidentally hit Q there. Glad I started backing up a little bit because we're starting to get interference from every direction here. This is probably not a good place to fight. In fact, this is a terrible place to fight. I'm not going to fight there. We're going to fight in the highway like we were supposed to all along. Oh, there's no way through here. We have no choice but to go around. That's okay. Oh, let's not do that, please. For the love of God. My reflexes are starting to go. I cannot be extremely effective like I was earlier. I will probably, Well, we'll see how I fare at the defensive position, and then we'll take it from there. I don't want to overextend myself. Doing so would just put my character's life at risk. Oh yeah, people are just scattered all over the place here. Alright. We'll fight from here like we're supposed to. The hell just broke? Y'all heard that, didn't you? Sound of glass breaking somewhere. I have no idea where. Got a Tweedledum up here. He doesn't know how to get to us. Should have figured out that there is a way around, but alright, 9mm check. 9 rounds. I do have to be aware that there are people flanking us. People up there where they really shouldn't be. Flank is not clear. I don't like that. Two rounds left. More to the north. Way too many to the north. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable. 2 rounds with an M16 straight to the head. I can't believe it. But that's the power of trying to shoot at night. The game does not like it. Shooting at night with a little bit of rain, nope. Suddenly you can't hit your targets. Now, the reason I tooted the horn there is because a lot of those that were fighting or were coming out of the parking lot to the north there, that should bring some of them down to the south. At least that's what I'm hoping. A lot of them will be coming from the north now. That's alright, we're built to handle that as well. One round. Reload. One left. Back up. Ammo check. 7 rounds of the M9. 20 in the M16. Some balls. Come on over here, take a seat, pal. My flashlight battery is going to be running low in the not too distant future here. Actually, it's already low. It just... I think I have a replacement ready. If I don't, I still have the van behind me. I'll just take the flashlight going out as a sign to bail immediately. Which, I'm actually going to go ahead and start moving in the direction of bailing. What I'm going to do, though, before I leave, is kill a couple of these guys point blank with the M16, so that the gunshot sounds pull them over here instead of directly into my defensive position. Ideally, that means when I come back later, they'll be over here instead of inside of the joint. $14 left. Okay, I think we're good for now. It is just about to be my first bedtime, 22:30. Okay. Making sure to take off my armor before I go to sleep. Okay. Alrighty, midnight activity. Oh, look at that, the hen grew up, or the chick is now a hen, so we now have eggs. As planned. Empty M9 mags. Let's swap those out for full ones. We should still have a collection of full ones over here. Don't we? Okay, maybe not. Oh, I put them in the here we go. Ah, first snow of the year. Alright, well I should waste no time in starting to break ground on my new base here. Alright, 3:50 a.m. I can go back to sleep. And tomorrow I'm going to clean up that mess that I left out there to the north on the road there. Because the ones that went out to the north, if I don't take care of them quickly, they are liable to eventually wander up in the direction of my generators. So all these guys up here who came wandering on out of the parking lot. We're going to mostly use blade on them because I don't want to be dragging too many more out of the parking lot. This was not a good idea to fight them up here. There's one on my 6 there. I should armor up. Oh dear, I'm surrounded. Fix that. Still surrounded, technically. There's the big old group that I was expecting. Crit rate with long blade level 8 with a fully sharpened sword is boy howdy. That's a lot of damage. Come on out of them trees, huh? Our sword in need of a sharpen, yes it is. Alright, I feel a little bit more comfortable about the situation up north there. There's still a bunch of dorks on that side of the fence. I can actually poke them with the spear now that I'm carrying around a spear. To these guys who are going to come up and start poking this fence, I can stick my spear right through the fence and poke their eye out. Probably still a lot more over there than it looks like there is. Like it looks like we've kind of taken care of the biggest of the groups, but I have a distinct feeling that there's just going to be more and more of them spilling out of there. This is my only spear for the moment, so I'm not going to be using it too extensively, even though it's really powerful. We are really short on bladed items in general. That's the sword on my belt is also my last sword. Now, if I were to start discharging a firearm here, there's still many of them inside the building. I would much rather lure them through the building and out the other side. That's exactly what I'm going to do here. Ah, I almost threaded that. Not quite. Last I checked, there was still like a massive amount in this area. Look at all that. I'm gonna try to sheepdog him a little bit. We'll see how this plays out. Y'all know how a sheepdog moves back and forth in front of a herd of sheep to keep their attention and to keep them corralled. You do the same thing with vehicles in this game, especially loud ones like ambulances. Although even if you don't have an ambulance, just regular frequent toot toots with the horn of a normal vehicle will do the trick. See all these guys from around back? Still got their attention. Alright, let's see what that brings our way. We may be overdue for another kill position, but I would like to see how many more I can bring our way down to this one. I have a feeling there's plenty. Oh, absolutely. How does our M16 look? 6 rounds left? That's perfect. I'll hop out and kill a couple. Reload. Now the problem with this strategy is we've gone far enough that we are only going to have the attention of fast shamblers now. Like, I can loop back around, but really, it's the fast shamblers that we're going to have chasing after us. All the slow ones, they're way too far back. Cruise control at 5 miles an hour. We'll eventually get them over here. I wonder, can I actually fast forward while I'm doing this? No. If you're in a moving vehicle, it won't let you fast forward, sadly. I absolutely would if I could. I think we've gone far enough, though. We will definitely have a nice, chonky group headed down the highway now, even if we cut the siren now. Out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to go ahead and leave the engine running. Mask is already on. Let's have a bite to eat. And now the discharging of the firearm should bring Bring the party our way, hopefully. Yeah. Feeling good about this. Not all of them at once, but a fair few. Three rounds left in the current M9. Two, one. Reload. Nope, we gotta back up further. I think we've blown our... Yeah, we've blown it. I'm glad I kept the van running. There's only so much I can get out of a single defensive position. Let's do a ammo check. Current M9 is looking good. M16 is 12 rounds. Several magazines of both left. Plenty chilling for the big iron. I'm gonna melee for a bit. Oh shit. I should have known. Let's run a little bit of interference here. A lot of them don't really have line of sight on us still. Oh, idiot move. Tree behind the tree. By tooting here, we're pulling quite a few of them into the woods there. But then, quite separately, we're going to just mosey back on out of the woods and see how many of them still have their attention sights fixed on the road. Or some of them just lost interest entirely. Yeah, look at all that. Some of them decided to go off into the woods, some of them decided to just give on up. Now we can take them piecemeal. So we retake the defensive position.
Hey.
Gonna hold off on guns for a little bit until we can split these groups up a bit. Never hesitate to fall back. It's never worth it to just keep fighting. We're now sneaking level 2. Now what we've got here is a bunch of fast shamblers all at once, so we're probably going to have to attack, fall back, and attack again. Sword is a powerful thing. Ooh, that was a stage 3 mistake right there. They missed, but still, they winded up the grab animation. They should never get close enough to do that. Believe it or not, these tents and tables are actually helping me out. The zombies are not approaching from that direction. Alright, I need to do a sharpen check. In fact, I'm just going to assume that it needs a couple of sharpenings. Switch into the spear for a minute. Alright, now you may have noticed to the north and the south, they're starting to distribute a little bit into the woods. That is thanks to there is a very wide randomized cone that zombies will move in if they hear a sound, just to make them harder to corral. Very intentional thing by the Indie Stone. Let's put the spear away for the moment. And we are going to resume shooting now. Because any of the ones that are in the woods right now that have kind of widely missed us, I want to pull them right back out of the woods, otherwise they're going to become a problem for me later down here. What was I down to? Like 12? Now I'm 11. So look at all this. Look at this. 7, 4, 2, 1, reload. Wrong button. Click the sword too quickly. Definitely need some sharpenings. Alright, if I back up this far, be able to sharpen before they get to me. How's the sword holding up? It's alright, it's about 2/3. Once again, this is my last sword, so after I have my fun here, I'm going to need to return to work building the base, because the sooner I get that base back up and running, the sooner I can get the fires of the forge running again. And I can actually have some more swords, machetes, knives, spears. Most importantly, spears are the godsend at the moment. I'm sure the Indie Stone is hard at work nerfing them. Okay. That's okay. Our work is not complete. It won't be for a while. What sucks is that they're all still fast shamblers. And they're starting to overtake me. They are starting to overtake me. Some of them are going really wide, and I can't have that. Same reasons as before. Although now I'm out of food, and that's not good at all. Hello, get in. Yeah, I'm gonna need to do the same maneuver I just did. Distract them out into the woods here. Except it's not gonna work. There's too many of them in the woods already. Okay, we're eating my emergency food then. I'm the stupid doofus who did not make enough food for the day. Get away from my ambulance, please. The human is here. Okay. Hanging in there. Ammo check. 4 rounds left in the M16. Great. 0. Reload. Swap weapons here for a minute. Lure them out of the woods once again. This way, please. But it does seem like the crowd has dispersed. And now we just got to pick the stragglers out of the woods if we can. We've killed a lot of zombies today. Well over 1,000 in total. We pull everybody out of this. Look at this. They actually destroyed one of my... fence areas here. Can I just rebuild it? I need 2 nails and 2 planks. I've never had to destroy or repair one of those after it being destroyed before. Nice. Now that one looks like it's about to go. We can probably repair it. Repairs are a thing. I've never repaired something in this game before. Damage. Undamaged. Okay. Okay, game, whatever you say. It doesn't look undamaged, but alright. Oh, we are out of M16 magazines completely. Because these last 2 that I had were actually didn't have any ammo in them. Hello there. Bonk. sure none of these... Okay, none of these 9mm mags in here are loaded. So that means all the 9mm mags that I currently have are on my person. Yeah, let's go ahead and switch the M16 for the shotgun. M16 was fun, but we've got a lot of magazines to reload before we can use it again. Alright, shotgun is on the back. We are now opening another carton of shotgun shells. Then we are going to open every box in that carton. And then take a whole bunch of them there shotgun shells. Pick some chips, because we're inevitably going to get hungry again. And like a doofus, I haven't made food, but we're going to wait. I'll make food at the overnight juncture, and then I think I'll be calling the stream after the end of the in-game day today. Tomorrow morning in-game, we will call it there. Because I'm petering out. It might not seem like it, but my reflexes are dulled. They are slower than they should be. I've made mistakes that could have been avoided. And in this game, you don't want to be making mistakes. You really don't. Calling you all out. Let's go. Hunger strikes. We really did clean out a chunk of this place. Just a chunk, though. There's still plenty more. There is still plenty more. If it seems like this is even more effective than the M16, yeah, it is. Shotgun is the best firearm in the game, bar none right now. That's because the other guns are just not finished yet, or because the devs just think shotguns are just the hottest shit on the planet. I don't know. All I know is right now, there's nothing better. Well, you can muster, Saruman. Famous last words. Okay, you know what? That is enough shotgun for the moment. These are slow shamblers. We have control over the movement. Swap the mace for a bit. We got a live one over here somewhere. There he is. Every once in a while you'll kill one and they'll turn into a ragdoll and not actually die all the way. They'll just stay in ragdoll state and keep making noise. And that throws off my auditory. Gotta be able to hear them where they're at and not false positives. This will be a bit stressful for the character. But if there are any left over here to hit the fence, doesn't look like there is. Look at that. It's a nice clean fence right there. I did intentionally bust a hole in it with the sledgehammer right here. That was a very intentional thing. Don't be fooled. We have not even begun to clear this place. What am I going to do? I'm just going to run on in here and go up the stairs really quick and discharge the firearm. And that will wake up the second and third floor if anybody is not yet awake. Big if, I mean, maybe this building doesn't work the way the other ones do. But in my experience thus far, there are upper floors that don't get awoken all the way by commotion from the lower floors. See, if we look at the third floor window up here, they're all 100% intact. And now look at that, look at that. Suddenly there's a zombie there. What changed? Do you think it's because I went up the stairs? I think it's because I went up the stairs. I could be wrong. That's my current theory. That the upper floors don't even spawn until you run up there. Even if just for a moment. That moment is all I needed. Oh, where'd all these guys come from? I think some of them came from upstairs. Or maybe they were just hiding out somewhere downstairs. And they got woken up by us going inside and discharging. Yeah, to be entirely honest, I would have expected a little bit more from an entire floor at least. Still have my mace out? Yeah, let's use that for a bit. Make use of that where I can. That's more like a third floor right there. Yeah, we're done here for tonight. Gonna line of sight these guys with these trees here. Believe it or not, just those two trees. Probably gonna make quite a few of them lose interest. Not all of them, but quite a few. Their attention spans are that of a goldfish at best. Washing my armor first so that I can put it away. Alright, got some food made. Got our, got that stuff cleaned up. I'm gonna go ahead and sleep now. It's about a half hour early, that's alright. As an overnight activity, I'm gonna get myself washed up. So we are soaked in zombie blood still. That's no fun. Okay, so if anyone was here for the big combat, that's through. We're just basically doing some cleanup here, and then we will end the stream at the beginning of tomorrow morning in game. Oh, that's right. I should probably milk the cows before I shut the game down, because once you shut the game down, the milk production stops. Milk production only resumes after the game starts, and they start with nothing in the reservoir. Hey, look at that. There's 2 planks. We can make ourselves a butter churn. I'm not going to churn the butter just yet, but when we're ready to. Okay, folks, we've had a great time here. I was hoping to go for a full 12 hours today, but we didn't quite make it. If I keep going, my chances of something bad happening are just going to keep going up and up, and that's not a good thing in this game. We've put about 370 hours into this girl now. We're not going to lose her over something stupid. Well, in this game. It would take something stupid to kill me at this point, but it's always possible. Alrighty then. Adios. And the last thing I always do, and I always show everybody that it's a really important thing to do, is back up your saves. So this will be the 43rd save backup. I just make a new folder called 43 over here, and then I copy the entire save, that's what we got here in the middle, my Zomboid saves folder. Just copy the whole save over here. Our saves are currently 860 megabytes across 330,000 files. It gets bigger the more map we explore. All right, folks, have a good one. I shall see you all in the next one.